I'm live. We're live.
It's alive.
Oh, can I put that?
From northwestern England.
Boom. Yeah. From northern, western,
Greetings.
the UK on Christmas Eve. Not that it's a thing, but Merry Christmas, everyone. It will be Christmas in 3 hours. So don't be troubling old dudes with white hair. Oh, Nathan Oakley's had Highlander on. I've never put anything out that we did with Highlander. I thought it was a bit tight on him, to be honest. He seemed like a bit of a genuine bloke, but I'm not so sure. You never know. Merry Christmas, dinosaur. Oh, you're in. Yeah, there's not many people watching, right? Let's get that shared out. If we're going live.
There's a live Santa tracking feed on my suggestions.
Is
YouTube.
he started?
Is he what?
I had that as well, Mobius. Yes, he has. And you can, yeah, you can even have a message on the screen to your family to make it even more believable.
Oh, nice.
It's lovely.
Why would they lie?
Wait, Santa's not real? Are you telling me it's not real? Oh my god.
Sorry, spoiler.
We're going to have to put a disclaimer on this video. Definitely not for children.
Jesus. Another one. The rabbit hole gets deeper. This is insane.
What? Wait a minute, let me get the link out. There you go.
I just posted it in Gems. Invite the boys over.
Yeah, straight lines again, but this time, rather than just geometric straight lines, we're going to try and do them in reality. Seems to be struggling with a lot of people, so keep on the straight lines, but in reality, like real things. Take the geometric principles of a straight line and put it into reality. Crazy thought, I know, but we'll go for it. We'll try it. Today we'll do a deep dive into a straight line in reality.
You mean like using those principles to build things that are real, tangible things?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I know. Geometry, I mean, who'd have thought it? Earth measurement. That we actually measured the Earth. It's a crazy thought, isn't it? Just some white-haired dude called Euclid wrote it down in a book. I mean, you know how wrong old people can be.
He was senile, I thought. You know? All these Greeks were senile.
Wandering round in the sand with no shoes on.
Yeah, he was homeless, obviously, so doesn't have a single thought in his head that was correct. Or he's him and all those other people.
I was thinking about
Aristophanes.
Socrates.
Socrates. Yeah, Socrates.
I was thinking about him, right? You know, the story of him, he always used to say that he didn't know anything, right? And he went round other people asking him questions to try and get them to answer the questions that he had. Well, it's pretty similar to us lot, really, isn't it? Like, you're just wandering around saying, I don't really know anything. You tell me about this. And people get really upset. They get pissed off. They got pissed off with Socrates as well. Got really upset with him. Like,
Yeah, they have to form groups, around, all these different theories. You have to, like, stay together sort of in, like, a little clan, or else, you're outcasted by society. That's what a lot of them did.
So Crate's got a raw deal. He got done for subverting the youth. He may have been trying to tell him that level was horizontal or something like that. You never know.
Yeah.
He could have been like a dude walking around going, well, what is proof then? I mean, you tell me. I haven't got a clue. People could have got really upset with him. He could have been going, but I think a straight line's the shortest distance between 2 points. Do you want to have a discussion about it? And they all went, go away. You doxer.
How dare you tell me a straight line is straight? I don't trust my eyes anymore. I get told everything by the local orator on the corner. We don't have newspapers. We listen to this guy. He tells us everything we need to know.
I think he's they're like, I can prove it. And they're like, well, that's only if you define it. It's like, yeah, but it's a straight line. Yeah, but if you define it as a straight line, then of course it's a straight line. And yeah, you can prove it's a straight line if you define it as a straight line. But if you define it differently, then, well, it can be different. But you've got to leave it ambiguous as well at the same time, because, I mean, it is still a straight line. Yeah, I think he got a raw deal, and there are similarities for the way that people react to normal stuff nowadays. I mean, I think he was a muse. He was Plato's muse, but probably a story to tell people there are certain questions that you should not ask certain groups of people. Because if you go to these certain groups of people and ask them certain questions, then they consider them. If they're meant to be all-knowing and all-knowledgeable, and then there appears to be something that they can't answer, then it's quite easy for them to get upset with you for asking questions. And I think that's the way we're at the minute.
Yeah, I don't understand that whole thing, getting upset about a question. I mean, seems to happen a lot.
Some might even mute you and ban you from their channel.
And manufacture some accusations and spread slanderous rumors just to get you off of their heels.
Yeah, then they might ban you. But if anybody were to go back and play the tape, they would see that, I was very polite and just simply asked the question.
That's just something they don't have. And that's their Achilles heel, is being receptive and being nice, just being a human. These people aren't that, I think. They have no humanity. Like, I think Nathan Oakley's, kid, he or she had a seizure, and like I was checking all the comments, like no ballers going in there like wishing Nathan, uh, you know, good, for his kid, or anything. It's just these people are sick, I'm sorry, but they're just here to make some money, and some of them are just here to, just delude anything that makes any sense. So.
Well, we're trying to get away from the model thing, right? It's not about a model or anything. I don't think. Well, for me, it's not. They're just different people that you can either talk to them or you can't. One or the other. Like whether you can talk to them or whether it's worth talking to them. There's a few different groups, but everybody's just an individual. Whatever model affliction. Because everybody has some model affliction. It's a spectrum.
Some more than others. Some are really, really afflicted.
Yeah. Like I say, I think everybody in some way or another is afflicted by it. But I mean, whether you realise or are made aware of it, I don't know.
See, you're born into it. That's the way I see it. And some are able to break through the veil, and see on the other side, and some just cannot do it. Some, they get a glimpse and they're scared of what they see and they go right back in, So it's a painful process for most.
I think for everyone, right? Realising that, I mean, this in the last few years, I've learnt more than I've ever learnt. And that's not because we actually do loads of learning and stuff. It's the actual process that's changed. The way you learn, or the way I've learned, learning to do it for myself. What that means, I don't know. I think there's a personal growth aspect to it, but sort of more than that, it's a group thing. Anyway, straight lines. Actually, I thought as well, the idea is let me logic you a magic trick. That's the way I'm going to deal with it from now on. Because we bring the logic, but the tie-in is that the logic exposes the magic trick. It's whether you choose to see the magic trick as the magic trick or the logic as the magic trick. Everything's back to front.
Yeah, that's what these people don't have, the ability to look at that slight little hand trick that they do with logic. And everything from there just goes downhill when it comes to, reality.
Yeah,
And
I heard we had a logic guy reviewing what we did last night over at 420 Palindrome Man's adult Globe Earth Discord server. I don't know how well he came. I don't know if Bebby's out there. If you're listening, Bebby, come over and see what you think. We'll go over the logic. We've got some more stuff to go over from a certain YouTuber from quite a bit ago. Old school model affliction, and where the bendizontal came from.
Should we not just have a gossip night instead?
Go on then. Yeah, I mean, it's only a few minutes. I mean, we're not bothered about that. Let's go for it. It's Christmas Eve.
Oh, I don't know what to gossip
You got
about.
any good gossip going?
No, not really.
Oh.
Apart from cryptos and geos.
Oh, crypto. Old school 24 guy.
Yeah.
Is that back of the van man?
That would be the one. Because Bob is a very boring subject.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I know, but I mean...
Anybody who's listened to their live stream knows.
Adult Globe Earth Discord is the most fascinating subject I've ever heard of.
It's riveting.
It is.
Personally, I think that his confidence and arrogance is pretty hilarious. I mean,
You mean the
Maybe
server
that's just
that
my
bans people for asking questions?
And they say we're bad over here. We don't mute people. We don't ban people like that, unless you're a really bad troll. But no, if you come in and ask a question, it's all good.
Do you have a test before you ask a question? Skill answering test?
No. That's just ridiculous.
I agree.
That's just so the person answering the question can judge, oh, am I in trouble or not? That's all.
A flirf test.
A flirt test, yeah. Now imagine having not allowing so-called flat earthers on your channel to text or post pictures, and you have a certain channel for them called flirf text or something, and then you ban them from there too.
Well, I guess it is his server, and he can do exactly as he pleases with his server. But
Yeah.
I guess it isn't there for open conversation.
Yeah, but we can laugh about it, no?
Yeah.
Of course you can, yeah.
Like I say, I think
Digging their own grave.
They've been reviewing our logic.
Wow.
Yeah. They're misrepresenting us as flat earthers, even though we say we can prove it's not flat. But, I mean, that's not very sound logic to start off with if you're reviewing logic and say it's flat earthers.
No, it's nice to see them paying attention though, and taking a real interest in it and making notes. Because this guy made notes. So, fair play to you. I find that quite impressive.
I think he's doing a review. Or I think he was. think he was going to. I don't know whether he will continue with it.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I predict he's going to end it. And the logic.
Should we have a game of let's predict what's going to happen in the topic after Christmas and like into the new year.
Oh,
Let's have a game of, come on, guesses.
Ooh, predictions.
well, like,
Yeah.
is that without knowing what we're doing, what everyone else is going to do, or are we predicting that everyone else is going to be following what we're going to do? Right? I don't know what do you mean, because I think we can influence that. It's a bit
Yeah,
unfair.
no, we're just what is going to go on in the topic, what's going to be. Well,
Outside the
I
realm
guess.
of our influence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I predict Bob taking over as the Globe Earth adult Globe Earth Discord thing will crash and burn like you've never seen anything.
Well, yeah, that's obvious. He doesn't let people on. What kind of... How can that succeed? It's like having a restaurant and banning 3/4 of your guests.
Yeah.
Sorry, no soup for you, no pizza for you.
Okay. I think at some point Brandon's server and channel is going to be reignited.
Oh, me too
Is
as
it
well.
Brandon, like a Glober now?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be Brandon.
Yeah, the return
It's
of
the
the
channel
Ranty,
and the Discord.
Maybe
Return of the Glober.
Ruhif. But Ruhif, they need a flat earther, right? The fake flat earther that what Ranty was a massive troll. Everyone knows that. What Ranty was. He wasn't a flat earther. He was just playing the part for a YouTube character. But in the
But even now,
background,
he's trolling.
Yeah, he was a massive troll. Like many accounts, many socks. That was what Ranty did. He gave support to people. He could influence things, and he worked within a group of people. There's a lot of people that do it to keep it going. Now, Ranty brought in the Flat Earthers into a place where everyone could gather. Now, Geo has done the same, very much the same, but Geo's a hard job. Because I don't think Geo is a fully fledged troll like Ranty was. So it's not allowed. So that's tough. So one of my predictions is that Geo will have to rebrand 1 or 2 times to hopefully try and get somewhere and end up getting away from the Earth topic altogether in order for him to rebrand that thing into something. Because he can't keep on with that topic the way it is.
Right, someone else has to have a prediction.
Come on.
Okay, so basically I'm thinking that they're going to just totally disregard most of everything about what's happening and say Flat Earth's dead, and that they're going to just make their own conspiracy shows, like I think Randy was thinking about doing, or with Conspiracy Cats. They're just going to network and basically maybe have one little troll show left, so they could just honeypot Flat Earthers into it or something. Something like that along those lines.
Where's that going to be, though? Come on.
Jose's. And then Bob's going to be
support Jose.
Yeah. And then they might, get Septic Tank back. Some people might come in and, they'll bring in some people. Yeah, something like that.
Do you reckon we will ever see the return of the Huff fraud?
John, probably not. No, I don't think so.
Unless he can change his voice and come back as a different character, I don't think so.
It may just be assigned to the troll, the text chat troll.
Yeah. Anyone else got any predictions? Or okay, so maybe not like the topics and predictions for what's going to happen. Any new faces or names that you think we should be watching? Who's going to be big in 22? Do we think?
I can do that, but I'll let somebody else go.
I was going to say, you
I
shush.
can't. Yeah, I know.
Come on, the rest of you. I'm trying to get you guys involved. And if there's more people out there and you're bored, come in. Just come in and have a chat. It's Christmas Eve.
Let me put that in. I'll put the link out. In the tubes. Yeah, this Discord thing, we're struggling, right? Because there's a load of young kids on Discord. And I mean, it's not that bad. But I mean, most of us here are within the, I don't know, late 30s to early 50s, maybe mid 50s. We're of a certain age. And that's not really Discord, but I mean, hey, there's
I'm
boomers.
not. I'll have you know I'm 25. What are you talking about?
All right, yeah. There are some youngsters. It's good for gaming anyway. And my lad owns this server, so there is a youth around here. Turnup's not that old either.
Yes, anyone who likes playing DayZ or instantly in my good books.
Set up for gamers. But just a load of us talking shite most of the time. Or laughing. Did you hear that I got a message from George? Again.
Oh, George.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he's well, you know George.
Yeah, I know, George, but what did he say?
Do you want me to read it out for you?
I'm not sure.
I guess
Is it suitable for public
it's
consumption?
a typical George comment.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to censor it.
Yeah, do we need to put a warning out before we say this?
Another fire.
What? I'm just reading a comment.
A disclaimer that this is a message sent from
This is
George.
not me reading. This is me reciting just a random message that comes. I don't want to say who it's from or anything, but first off, we did a happy Christmas to stop the bickering and all that. But I mean, this is what we go. After all this time, you still do not seem to know what elevation means for a spherical mass such as planet Earth. Little E. No biggie. He's fine with that. You present yourself as being really bothered by this, and such will follow you around. You present yourself as being really bothered by this, and such will follow you around for the rest of your life. I don't know, somebody's following me round. There's quite a few people that do that. Let it go and move on, Bev. This is not healthy for you. I appeared in your chat for the first time in over a month with neutral comments, and you immediately moved to discussing models without any encouragement. You have an obsession with wanting to ridicule and insult those that do not agree with you, and you wonder why no one wants to come to your Discord and talk to you. You are your own worst enemy. It's a nice, pleasant Christmas. Maybe he's listening.
Seems like he's projecting to me everything that he feels about himself.
He did. He's right. He did come into the comment chat on the Discord, on the YouTube yesterday. Yes, he did. Can I put on the live chat? Can I put that on the screen, or is it okay? Is it clean in the Discord? gonna look at it.
Yeah, for the most part. I don't know. What do you mean clean?
Yeah, let me have a look. Oh, we do have trolls at home, don't we? Been going all day. Where were we, Emma? Predictions and things of people who are going to be big. 2022.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to get people's opinions on what was going to happen in the topic. Because apparently it's dead. And it's always dead. It's always dying. But
Well,
it's like a never-ending cycle.
It does really, doesn't it? The flat Earth as is circular argument, I think they would like to see it die, but I personally don't think it ever will. It can't.
No, they need it.
Yeah, they need it.
Because otherwise,
each
what
side
would they
needs
do?
the other. You can't.
Yes.
You can't have debunkers if they don't have anything to debunk. So they're going to need...
and you can't go into Discords arguing with people unless there's people to argue with. So you have to have this going on all the time.
Yeah, there's a few characters everybody knows who they are. They'll never go anywhere. They can't go anywhere. They can't do anything else other than this.
I think censorship might get a little bit more stringent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so as well. And also, if certain, I'm not going to mention any names, but if content creators start being stupidly pedantic and picky over copyright stuff, and I mean ridiculous, then it's going to start this whole chain reaction of everybody just going, no, you can't use any of my stuff. And we're going to end up never being able to show anything of anyone else's ever.
Yeah,
so
they'll just
or
be
even
cat
mention
videos on
them.
YouTube.
Or even, yeah.
Yeah, they'll get help.
It'll be like shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very slippery slope. But of course, if you sit in certain Discords and you've got a posh English accent, you can pretty much say and do as you please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean...
I'm not talking about myself. I don't have a posh accent.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
The content creator censorship wars of 2022.
Yeah, well, I mean, it only works one way, right? Because somebody that's making content doesn't need to generate content by making drama, the way I see it. Some do. But that just shows that, you know, that's one of the ways that they have to use in order to make content. To stir up an argument that isn't there in the first place, because you have to avoid another argument that is there. There'll be a lot of that next year coming. Not from us, though. So that the influence of what we do will...
Where is everyone tonight, Bev?
What do you mean?
Well, usually you go live and loads of people just
come
appear.
trotting in.
Yeah, I was hoping they would appear today.
It's because you're here, I think. Like
I'm in a chatty mood, so no one's going to come in. That's not fair.
Are they afraid of little old Emma?
No.
I think they are.
I think there's going to be a new rise in the what I call the fake flat earther. The ones that bring an argument that isn't an argument, and they're not really flat earthers. I think you'll hear a lot more of those characters over the coming year.
Oh, don't you just love those people that wear the FE tag as like some kind of virtue signaling badge of honor? Or is that just me? They're not really that fussed with the topic. They just want to be controversial.
They're more in it for their own ego, sort of. They're maybe in the past they had some issues, and now they're the smart ones, or FE. But I don't think we're like that. I don't think a lot of people here like that. We're here for the argument more, and I don't think we're here just for the fame of, or just, having titles or anything.
I just want to have a discussion with somebody. There's a guy in the
I was just going to read that out for you.
yeah. Go on then. Do you want to have a read?
Okay, so this guy, Synergy, is asking Bev, when did you start believing in the conspiracy theory that the Earth is not a globe? And what do you think caused this to happen, if it's not too personal?
I've never had a model. So I think you have a really bad understanding of conspiracy theories if you think a conspiracy theory could be a not something conspiracy theory. I mean, that's not how conspiracy theories work, and I've never had a model, so I can't have a model, because that would be every model that I don't have. So unless you call that a conspiracy theory of me not having a model.
I wonder if he knows where the term conspiracy theory came from.
Yeah, that's the thing. What is a conspiracy theory? And is it just a label on things that people don't agree with the mainstream, or they don't agree with the government?
It's them saying they're brain dead, I think, and they have no idea what they're talking about, so it's easy to weed them out. It's kind of a nice thing to have, actually, because usually you'll end up winning any argument against them. But I think the conspiracy is like of people in high power not actually trying to gain more power. I think that's the real thing of it all. Like why would somebody who's built all this power control not try to get more by doing the things that are human, sort of, in a way.
Yeah. You know where the genius comes in? Is when you're the one that invents the term conspiracy theory, and we all know who invented it. Then you give it out to geniuses like this guy here that just made that comment, and he thinks it's a thing, But what it doesn't realize is just a term to put a mask on something to make you look dumb, but most of these conspiracy theories are true.
I think it's a conspiracy is an actual thing. A theory is a theory. How
Yes.
can you have a theory which is nothing about it? See what I mean?
Yeah. It's ingenious.
So like a double negative, sort of.
Mm-hmm. But the fact is, like, everybody uses it because it's the easiest, it's the quickest way to say, oh, that conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it's socially acceptable.
Yeah, how else would you say? You either get a kind of a positive reaction or you get a, oh, God, reaction. It's either way then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's that magic trick in a way too. They use language as it's them saying conspiracy theory. The CIA making that word, and then everything after that you say is going to be, oh yeah, socially programmed into you. Oh yeah, the moon landing and this and that. It's like they're giving you a word, and then you have to, like, from that word go into these things that are crazy, or it's just it's that way of them like leading you into a corner and just like beating you over the head with language in a sense. But it's really not, it's really just a word, that like you were saying, it just doesn't really mean anything. It's just a dumb word, dumb two words put together to explain something. So
It's become a derogatory term, kind of like flat earther, right? Presidents laugh, and these people, funny, they want to stick that term on us, right? Of course, so they can laugh at us.
It's a misnomer.
Yep.
yeah, like the herd immunity, it's like they use all these words just to make fun of people, the masses, or the hoi polloi in Greek. I believe they use that back in Greek days to label the masses.
Well, this is a misnomer because the earth, the land, is not flat. Quite obviously.
Clear
Okay.
for anyone to see.
Yeah. So on that same kind of line, what do you think is going to happen on the conspiracy front? As in, all of the conspiracy theories that are out there. Do you think anything big's going to happen in 22? I know we're going off on a way on a tangent here, but is it going to be alien invasion next?
Ship.
I don't
People
think we
start-
can go that far just yet. But they're going to build it up. The alien stuff's definitely going to start ramping up. But I mean, you can't go straight from where we are right now into that. But people's minds are going to be thrown all over the place. It's already been started. They've separated people. They've put people in smaller groups, keeping people down to family units and even smaller than that.
I'm purposely not mentioning the big thing that's happening everywhere at the moment.
Yeah. I forgot.
Yeah. That's going to continue, though.
Well, that's the control method, right? So that's the one that keeps everybody separated and keeps everybody being able to control the narrative in this. Now, I've noticed that we are there's not many of us, right? We're in this like now that cannot be like that on the entire internet. There's billions of people on the internet. So we can't be in this little group and this be the only thing within this little group. I mean, there's a lot of people that are obsessed with people within the little tiny group that we're in.
Yeah, you're in this group because there's more than that out there. There's loads more people, but you're purposely put in little groups.
Yeah. And
that goes for everything. That goes for all topics, everything. Unless it's like mainstream accepted.
But does that mean that there's another Nathan Oakley out there somewhere? Could be. How many of them? 200, 300? There could be.
Wow. Maybe there is.
We could just be kept separate from all of that sort of stuff. Or
we should have a campaign.
Could be the only people discussing this stuff.
No.
No, absolutely not. No way.
No.
So why are we in such a small group?
Because they have us separated, like you said.
Yeah, why is it so hard to get people to talk to each other? I mean, that's all we're after, right? I'll talk to people with either model, with any model. People with no model. Doesn't matter. But why
or
is
people
it
that don't care about models and the shape of the earth or any of that nonsense, because I don't care about that.
No, we care about people and talking to people about things, waking minds up, not waking people up as in what people have been saying, but like really activating the mind of people. That's the biggest trip I've had over the last year or two, meeting the people that inspire.
Being able to talk to anybody as well. Having the confidence that you can talk to any, no matter who they are, you can talk to them. And not be afraid to ask questions.
Yes.
Yeah, what greater conversation can be had than this, than, stuff we discuss about the realm we live in and the stuff, about it. I mean, what is more interesting than this? And yet nobody wants to talk.
Mm. Mm. That makes me think about that, what you just said to Essie. Nobody wants to talk because nobody wants to stand up and take the first bullet.
Well, we're
Stand
doing
on,
that.
no, I was saying like they don't want to talk. They don't want to stand on their own. They want to stand behind somebody else for somebody else to catch the bullets for them.
Yeah, you're right. You are kind of exposing yourself, putting yourself out there, right? Your opinions and that. But hey, man, what else is there?
Mm-hmm. Grown man, stand for yourself.
Yeah,
You know,
show some
it's like,
guts.
I mean, it's like the stuff we've been taught in school. I mean, yeah, we've been taught it in school, but how can we, stand upon and look at something for ourselves and not try to stand on the shoulders of the giants that's really not the giants, the magician, and figure out things for ourselves.
These people aren't giants. Somebody that tells you they can take a time, a concept, and space, which is supposed to be empty and nothing, and make something out of it. You call that guy a giant? I call him a
Nah,
midget.
not me.
Yeah, I don't care what his name is.
Essie, nice and blunt.
Yeah, yes. Well, that's the way I am. Sorry.
I'm giving me
No,
a
it's
better
good.
mic. I'm gonna come across better than that. No, I'm just joking.
I wish more people would just say what they mean. Be more honest.
Yeah, I think this year should be about, were those people that were supposed to be um, idling and worshiping, were they really that great? Were they really that smart? Were they really infallible? Is that the word?
Infallible.
Yeah.
Infallible. Thank you, Emma. Yeah.
Also,
We
that can be said about this topic as well. And the people who I'd say, in air quotes, are leaders of this topic. But that applies to this as well. So, yeah, carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like simply, my point is, and people say, "Oh, he's arrogant" by saying that, but I don't want to sound arrogant, but I want to say, like, we shouldn't be afraid to question the so-called greats. The Einsteins, the Newtons. You know what I'm saying? Because they
The
said some
the
stupid stuff.
Jeranisms, the
Yeah.
Curies,
Everybody, everybody, and anybody. Yeah,
Eric Dubé's, the Bob, the
I don't care your name. I don't
whatever
care
his,
what your
yeah,
name. Yeah,
exactly. Who cares?
even me. If I say something stupid, I want people to come on me like a ton of bricks.
Mhm.
Well, I wouldn't be that harsh, but I get the gist.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, nobody should be above question.
Well,
That's
that's
my point.
how we got into this point of because we gave these people too much power in a sense, like that we gave them too much intellectual credit, and we relied on everything that they people who control the narrative gave us. So it would be illogical for us to not try and go differently into that into this sort of new paradigm in a sense. Just I mean the Jeranisms, they shouldn't be, all up in arms. People are trying to out them as Jesuits. they're all control. I mean, it should just be okay. Like, don't get mad. Like you're saying, it's not a big deal. I mean, there's no chills in flat Earth. I think so. It should just be about information. But I think people get trapped in that narrative. Their ego kind of, oh well, I'm gonna out this guy because of this and that or that. Is it really about that? I mean, if everyone knew, what they were saying and things, and they actually went and did stuff about it, it would be totally different world, I think. And people would say, "Oh, why do you care about flat Earth so much? Everyone's dying." That narrative that we have right now is just, it's more important. The you know worrying about what's happening in the world right now. Don't worry about the model or the shape of the place we're in. It's not a big deal, but it's the biggest deal I think ever. So we should probably be talking about that more than anything. I think people just want to be like, oh, the human rights issues, or things that are happening here and there. I mean, it's not, everything connects to like what they've been given us. I think so. God.
Have you seen The Landing, Emma?
I have not. I have not been watching. Oh. Genius.
I've got I've got the live stream on, so I don't want to.
You clipped a bit then.
Oh, sorry. I'll jump out and jump back in. Yeah, I don't know what that's for. Maybe it's to keep an eye on what's being said in the live chat so he can ban people or whatever. Who knows?
Crossover moderation.
Yeah.
So, what else do we want to talk about? Is there anything else we need to get off our chest for the end of this year?
Oh, well, I feel like if we were saying about who's going to make it big next year, then can I say the usual? We've got, I think, Aunt Lemon's coming out again. Obviously.
No, I don't mean, no, I mean big as in who's going to emerge as, I guess, the new Brandon or...
Blakey. That's where I was going to next.
No, that's not serious.
Yeah,
that's not serious.
I am.
No, you're not being serious.
Like, who else have they've not got anyone? There's nobody coming up of the ranks or whatever. That's what they've got. That's the superstar. I'm telling you.
No. One, he needs to not shout.
Yeah.
Two, he needs to not shout in the mic because that's really bad. And three, he needs to learn how to sit down.
And he could try not lying about surveying as well. I mean, that would be a good start. But hey, that's what they've got.
I'd only got like 3 down my list.
Yeah, I think there is coming up in this next year, because we've got the battle of the it's not flat, it is flat, it still is flat, flat Earth, globe Earth argument, the circle sort of thing. There will be definitely some people needed to step up that all of the debunkers can then use to ridicule. They have to have somebody like that. And we know that they can't engage with what we're doing.
Yeah.
Right?
To start with, calling a channel Flat Earth Test. It's not flat. Yeah. Flat Earth is just wrong. And what tests are we doing anyway?
He's doing a Cavendish. He's doing it.
Oh,
Yeah.
joy.
Yep. A fictional thing that happened to make a fictional thing about a model. So that
Is that the balls in the shed, or am I thinking of the wrong one?
No, that's it. Balls in the shed.
Okay.
Earthquake detector.
Balls.
Seismometer. Like we've just
Uh-huh.
found. Yeah.
Is that the one the blue did?
Yeah.
The earthquake detector?
Yep. A seismometer.
Seismometer. Oh, brilliant.
That was dual functioning machine, first in history, I think.
That's probably going to be a highlight of 21, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it would be for us, but I mean, it's all been gone. It's gone away now. It was packed
What?
up. It's packed up. It's gone. It never to be detect any more earthquakes ever again. At least not in Blue's garage.
I hope he sent it off to some people who could use it
A
for
school,
some
a
good.
university or something. I
Yeah,
heard.
to predict some earthquakes. That would be brilliant.
No, I think it was. They were getting a bit cold. But
I'm not sure he told him about that part, about the earthquake detecting part.
yeah,
But hey, kudos to him. He did something. Unlike some other people. Rumpus.
he did. He put a stick up.
Look, Rumpus needs way more money and he needs way more help. Okay? He has very particular requirements, does our Rumpus.
Enough people to help. Well,
At least
no,
4 people.
there's not enough people to help Rumpus for Rumpus to achieve what Rumpus wants to do. And I know that because Rumpus has never looked through an auto level from that bridge.
I just want to see him sat in a director's chair on the side of the Bedford Canal. That would be brilliant.
No, not like that.
Yes, he has to take a megaphone. You utter moron.
You
A
stupid
little to the
idiot.
left.
Okay, even better. He could be in a little boat in a director's chair with a loudspeaker.
Oh, that would be good.
And he could just go up and down and shout at people.
I can't see how it would ever happen because Rumpus would have to do everything. Nobody else would ever be able to do it like he could. But he couldn't be in every position that he needed to be in. So it's just an impossible task as far as I see.
I think
Apart from the fact
possibly
that what he wants to do is impossible. But
yeah, I think also possibly that he's going to fall out with everyone who helps him by the end of it.
I don't know. He's got some good friends, you know. They all
Has
want
he?
to
I did hear Eggshells the other day fell out with him.
Oh. Eggshells said to me today that he wants to debate.
Debate who?
Me?
Eggshells doesn't do debating. He does pretend psychology session.
Exactly. Would you guess what subject? Go on, have a guess. I bet you can get it first time.
Does it start with a G?
No. No.
Surveying.
Think 2020. Well, it is S, but I mean... Sextant.
Wow.
Did you tell him that he was asking the wrong person and that he needs to go to the people that think that looking at stuff in the sky means anything?
He said to me, he wants to debate how the sextant can prove the globe. And I said, I think you're talking to the wrong person because
There you go.
a sextant just measures an angle and you can't do fuck all with an angle. Now, if you want to do a presentation on how you think the sextant proves the globe, well, I'd love to hear that. Because you know, if it's any good, I'll wrap it up in a package and send it off to Dave and see if whether I can get me 3 Bitcoin. I'm all up for the globe proof. Package it up. But yeah, like I said to him, I said, there's no debate in this thing, right? There's definitely no such thing as a debate about the shape of anything. So I won't be engaging in any debates, and there is no debate as far as I'm concerned, so especially around here. So I don't know whether what he's aiming at, but you can tell there's something going on, right? If Eggshells wants to try and pretend that he is capable of having a debate about the sextant, unless he's getting one for Christmas. How many people do you reckon are going to be waking up tomorrow morning? Oh, it's just what I wanted. A sextant. Well, I'd heard you going on about it all the time.
Can you see? You're the manager now of the sextant company, and you're saying, "Boss, we got a whole bunch of sales this year." So the boss says, "Is there a lot of boats been sold? More captains?" "No, sir. What's going on?" "It's the flat earthers, sir."
Yeah, it's a flat earthers argument. Like, it's good for sales.
"It's the ballers, sir." Oh my God.
And the thing is, Eddie, if you talk to anybody that knows anything, and can a sextant prove anything about the shape of anything? No, is the answer. That's it. Done. Game over. No more conversation. Sextant cannot prove globe. Or hope.
It's not going to end, though, is it?
No.
It's going to be the topic for the next year.
Yeah, what's the new topic they're gonna try to throw at? The sextant is the new.
It's the sextant. That's going to be it for a good few months, yeah.
Oh, a couple of years, right? They're going to get a year or two out of the sextant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, forget about the black swan.
Well, no, because they're gonna tie it in with the black swan somehow. They will. They'll find a way.
Well, like within that argument, right? Within that little circle of those people having that argument, that's the one that we're stepping out of. We've never really been in that, but we've definitely got to go and deal in reality and step out of that circular argument of the people that imagine one thing and the people that imagine another. And we're not allowed in it anyway. It's been quite clearly told that we do not belong in either side of that argument. So I'm all right stepping out. And I think we've sussed out the trolls as well now, right? There's some people that just troll for no purpose. There's some people that troll to turn the argument and fix a narrative, and then there's other people that troll with a purpose to actively take down channels, right? They actively try and upset you. They purposely try and antagonize and stuff, and like they're everywhere, all over the internet. I don't think you can get away from them. And as for moving away from a certain group of people, I don't think that's possible either. So I'm not too sure how we're going to deal with it. We'll just carry on doing what we're doing, I'm guessing. But I mean, who knows what we do? We've changed a bit, haven't we, over these last 2 years?
You mean since leaving 24/7?
Absolutely.
Has it been 2 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been over that, hasn't it?
See, people, there is life after 24/7. Don't feel that if you're in there, there's nothing else. There isn't. There's way more.
Yeah, Balanced Truth says they do everything but deal with the argument. Well done. I like that. Everybody moves away from something. Moves away from engaging into a thing. I mean, but it's purposeful, right? There's an entire network of circular arguments. One side needs the other, and one side needs to be nasty because that fuels their needs, and the other side are fueled off that. You know, it definitely puts a divide between one side and the other, and that's half of the problem when you get into this, because you've come through a massive network of trolls through whatever social media network thing that you ended up at, and by the time you're in this arena, you are either one side or the other.
Unless you're us, no sides.
Yeah, but still, the hatred makes you go to the other side, right? It's just that we found ourselves not being liked by both sides, so that obviously shows you that there is another side. It's a false dichotomy. It's not just
Yeah, but
one
we're
or
on the
the other.
side of no sides. We're on the side of knowledge, truth, learning, logos. That's it.
Definitely.
Exposing the false dichotomy, right? You can, like Emma said, you can step out of it. You know, because that thing that drives one side to dislike the other stops you from actually progressing anywhere.
It's nice to have a good channel and do a lot of things to demonstrate you're building it, and going with people, doing interviews and stuff like that. I think it's healthy, but you don't know what you're getting yourself into sometimes, I think, with these people. So I mean, just being like this, sort of like in a controlled situation is, I think, really, really the best. But if you want to, not have all that in, insane, accusations, have those thrown at you, by people who think everyone that talks to Jaren's a shill, or anything that you say or do is crazy. But yeah, you're gonna get it either way. But here it seems like it's a little bit more controlled. I don't know. That's just my thought, I guess, on that.
Look, you can't tell a person how to think, what to believe. It's as simple as that. Now, we're in an arena where we're discussing like very, very serious things that most people have no clue whatsoever. The common person on the street has no idea. Has no idea. As a matter of fact, most of us here on both sides, or all three sides, whatever you want to call them, of the aisle, have more knowledge than most college students or university students on these subjects.
Yeah, because it takes a stepping out of that whole rigmarole's university. It's like your personal journey in a sense. Like, you don't see many like 23, 24-year-olds here, talking about level. They're people are older, that we've been through things, and you just kind of you can kind of see, and look at it. Oh yeah, that's kind of foobar right there, and you can kind of tell that everything that was before it was like, okay, I don't know why people still go to, are in that system, and trying to defend it. It's it's still a system that's put in place, and people don't understand power structure, I guess, and why people do certain things, and how it actually happens. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a
Plus,
mental game.
my bad. Sorry, I thought you were done, bro. Continue, please.
No, I'm just saying it's a mental game. People can't get out of that mental obsession, that egoic mind. That's basically programmed into you as a kid. So you're using that, but your whole life. But then you get a career, and then you use it for your career. But then
Sorry, I have to jump in and say Merry Christmas, Brian, because he's
got the key.
he's off. So Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Thanks for popping in.
Merry Christmas. Yeah.
Merry Christmas to all.
Yeah. I think we all know where I'm going with that. So yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Heard it 1,000 times.
No, you see, the thing is, a lot of people that are in universities and that, they specialize in a certain thing, right? But they never give second thought to the kind of stuff we talk about. They never think about rotation or, orbits, ovals, dark energy, black matter. Yeah.
It literally is not a subject. So
yeah,
every time you start talking about it, you are adding to the talk about it. Now, the only talk about it is in these things. So I keep coming to the conclusion that every time you talk about it, you're adding to it. Because it doesn't exist anywhere. It doesn't exist in any universities. It doesn't. Nobody ever thinks about it. Just people within this little community. And I say little community because that's what it is. There's hardly any people in this. Gio's got a server, Bob's got a server, and all of the people are the same people in all of the servers all around here. Never changes. There's no new people ever. And that's sad.
Yeah. Extremely sad.
That's the worst part, yeah.
I mean, we are only on Discord. We was thinking, how would you go anywhere else? Sam's ranked up like 2 or 3 times today. He's doing all right. I mean, look at him go. He's after your rank, Mobius. Got trolls are hot today.
It'll never happen.
Wow, he's going to pass me at this rate.
Oh, no.
I need to type way more.
Imagine how much typing he wouldn't have to do if he just came in and had a chat about something. Because half of the chat that he's having in there is he's struggling to see where he is. Like what the conversation is. Backpedaling and not defining things and defining things as other things and him being okay with it being defined. I mean, if that's the sort of argument that people want, it's just something to keep your time going. But I mean, there are people like that. Text chat trolls all over. And now, is it a troll or is it a bot? How good are the algorithms with the bots and the way they respond to things?
They have a virtual bot now that looks human.
Yeah.
That can interact with you and pretty much almost pass as human. Not quite. They're not quite at that stage.
That was crazy. They're
Mhm.
having they just introduced it all of a sudden. Like Tesla has all of this stuff now. And it's like, where the hell did that come from? Because before they had that Boston Robotics company, and they were using like CGI in some of the videos, but a lot of the videos I think were real, and they had all these like AI, and robotic, things, and they're using it, to go around Boston with, like this, those dogs, and I think they might have those like at a city now, just like policing. But they were doing all these tests, and all of a sudden Tesla comes out with something. It's just like, well, how the hell does that happen? They're just like putting all this like technology into like Elon Musk and the savior of this and that, and it's just it's I don't know. It's like a technology firm that did it, or I don't know if it was Tesla or not. But like, how do they get all these things going? I think they might have used technology from like Boston Robotics or something to do it, but I don't know. It seems like pre-planned, maybe, or probably planned out far, far, in advance. But it's just strange how it all comes out, the way it does, with Tesla and SpaceX controlling the narrative of space now, and the clowns that go up into space with their like
If if
$30.
if you want to know whether to trust Elon Musk or not, just look at his dating history.
Yeah, Grimes, like what the hell is that? That's total like, satanic, stuff that's going on there.
Yeah, well, he also dated Amber Heard.
Yeah, it's just another, Illuminati
She was the
puppet.
one who abused Johnny Depp. It's like,
Well, look at Johnny Depp. Like,
yeah, hmm
that guy's got some demons, it looks like, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty, it's like a whole network of these people. I think they've got it, hidden though for most people. They're fine with it. Just, flaunting it out in public now. Even Elon Musk's
I
that
think
daughter.
I think the truth is you can be as fucked up as anything as you like, as long as you make money. It's all good.
Yeah, it's money is God to these people. Well, they use that, against the ego, space mongers that just feel like everything's, real that they put out. So it's like, oh, your Tesla, you haven't bought the newest Tesla yet. Oh my God, you're only making 80,000 a year. Like it's just like that's how it is. Like in California, Bay Area, where I was working for a while in IT. It's just like, Jesus, man, these people are just like insane.
Can I do a shameless plug for a charity? Would that be wrong? Are you there, Bev?
Not at all. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was just in the in light of what happened with Nathan and his family. There is a charity out there that helps families of children that go into hospital. I think they probably do it in America as well. It's the Ronald McDonald charity. You probably don't realise, but when your child is in hospital and you have to pack up and live at the hospital, Ronald McDonald help out with housing very close to the hospital, everything you need. You can have the rest of your family come and stay if you've got other children. It's amazing. And it's all charity. You don't pay anything to them. So if anybody wants to donate any money to anyone this Christmas, that's a decent charity. And that's Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, not the Red Cross, that's for sure.
No. And yeah. I don't
I
normally
agree.
like big charities, but that one it does really help. And it happens to more people than you think. Their children get taken ill and they need some help because you have to stop everything, work, everything. Anyway, enough of that.
Worthwhile cause, though, right? Yeah.
Definitely.
And pretty relevant at the minute. So, yeah, worth mentioning. And also that we're glad everything's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just eating a chocolate bar. So.
Anybody would think it was Christmas, Bev.
Yeah, I don't have chocolate bars that often. Yeah, where were we? How did we get
Before I rudely interrupted.
Take us all away.
I don't know. I think we went down a rabbit hole somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was talking about Tesla.
Aha. Oh, yeah. I don't know if anybody else out there feels the same, but I am never getting in a car that drives itself. I'm driving.
Yeah, they can hack the remote controls like on every car, but yeah, you get to a car that is controlled by.
No. It's not even that. It's just if I'm not driving, I'm not going in it.
That's why you never get on a bus.
Very, 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 very rarely.
When you get on a bus, you get out. I'm driving.
If I could, I would. This is why I don't fly.
I'm
I think that would go down.
Do it.
Pretty much. So yeah, I think I'd probably get thrown off the flight.
Yeah, over the over the last 2-3 years. I bet it's 3 years, right? Closer to 3 years since we left 24/7, or sort of came into this particular Discord arena. Well, I mean, it's a Discord arena, but it was my first initiation with talking to people on the internet, really. And I would imagine there's a lot of people that are listening in that are also the same. They just listen in and never actually get into the talk. I mean, the actual arena and entering it is a freak show. You normally end up at somewhere like 24/7 first, because that's where you get ushered into. But I mean, it could be Gem Pandas that you end up at. Or Nathan Oakley's, call it Nathan Oakley's, but science versus pseudoscience. I don't think there's any other places that you would go to. I mean, where would you go? I think 24/7 used to be, when I first checked, that was the way you came into this. Because that's the only place you can ever talk to anybody. That's the way you get filtered in through the trolls. Well, I guess
I came in through the YouTubes. I watched the YouTubes for a few years. Not this particular topic, but other things. Documentaries, that kind of thing. And then stumbled across this and started watching some of the shows, and then decided that I wanted to go in and listen to more, not just the shows. It wasn't enough. I wanted to actually ask questions if I could. And the YouTubes is not very easy unless you super chat.
Yeah.
So I went into the Discord 24/7.
Yeah, so
It took me
how
took
did
me
you-
like
how
6
did you get
months to
24/7 though? Like, did you, when you
because
were
I
listening
found
to the YouTube, did you find 24/7 live?
yes,
Right, yeah.
yeah.
But obviously, I think the first one is Nathan Oakley, right? That's where
For
you hear
me, I
that,
think
but
that was the one that popped up the most for me, and because he was from the UK as well, I thought, oh, this is interesting. I thought it was going to be all American, and it wasn't.
but that's a big, massive step, and you're listening to it on YouTube, and you can't get in there, right? But then
Oh,
you
I
find
never
out
want.
there's
Yeah,
another place.
I didn't want to go in there because I think, like everyone else, you get a bit of this thing where you think, wow, these people really know what they're talking about. I could never talk to them. And
Yeah, I'm a noob.
no,
That's not
they're,
for me.
they're just the same as everybody else. They're just very good at talking shite. That's pretty much it.
That's what you learn when
Yeah.
you come in to talk to people, yeah. But, like, yeah, you initially think when you first come in and you're listening to us, like some people may be listening to us now, thinking, wow, these guys know what they're talking about.
Can't
We don't.
talk to
We're just
those. It's,
normal people.
very intimidating. No, it's not at all.
Yeah. And I would rather talk to people and, like, try and explain what we went through rather than let other people get trapped in that the cycle that you get fed into.
You must pick a side and you must argue valiantly for whichever side you pick.
Yeah.
To the
These are
death.
the arguments that are laid out for you. These are what you have to use.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very strange place. So, like I say, when you get filtered in, I think everybody normally gets filtered into 24/7. I don't know how that happens or how it occurs, but that definitely happens. And then there's other servers that you get into through the Discord. Don't think there's any other places that are like this.
No, you might go into Nathan's first, but I don't think you'd go straight on the show. You'd probably join the Discord and stay in the chats. Possibly get put off by all the trolls in there. And Righteous, who's their best friend.
Well, all of them have their own pet.
I know, it's so funny. Pet trolls. Adopt a Glober for Christmas.
Good evening, good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening, Rakia.
I did
Merry
that.
Christmas, happy holidays, all that y'all.
Merry Christmas to you.
I worked all day.
We're doing a
Well-
live stream of talking, so anything you want to talk about, feel free.
Mm.
It's Christmas.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to stay on, but that much. I'll be in and out. But just wanted to tell y'all it's been a great year. Thanks for everything. I heard the last part y'all were saying about where you're filtered into and where you end up, where you settle in,
Mm-hmm.
But super glad that I found this place because it's, on the level, straightforward. No matter what, we're after the Bitcoin. That should sum it up, right?
Yeah, we're
If
having
it's a
it.
globe, show me that money. Yeah. I think that kind of sums it up. If there's globe proof out there, we want to know it. We'll take the money and be proud. And yeah, it's definitely a globe. Here's our proof.
I'll take any proof
Yeah.
of anything, not just the globe. I want to stockpile it all.
Well, notice there's no money for flat Earth proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
The globers don't offer any type of compensation for proving that water doesn't curve. Because then there would be just, ordinary people could do that.
Yeah, it'd become a bit obvious, wouldn't it?
Yeah. How do y'all like my name?
What? Yeah. What did you do?
I did that.
Oh, that's yeah. I did that. Yeah, I know. That impossible stuff. Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, that part. I did that.
Sean Hawkins is here.
Oh no, it's all right. Don't worry, Exposed.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
He's a he's a tame. Sean.
Right now.
We've
That sounded good.
domesticated Sean.
Yeah, he's being nice because he's trying to get some debate.
He wants some debates.
He wants at least one. You know, I don't know whether it's going to happen by the end of this year. He may be still setting his stuff up.
I think he was annoyed with Simon Dan, actually. I think he reached out to Simon Dan for some help.
I am, and he gets 100,000 views. I get nothing.
Exactly.
Sound good to me.
Where's the support? Hey, Sean.
Well, Sean, you're showing up finally, which is good. But your argument still haven't really heard anything worth mentioning.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Simon Dan. I bet Simon Dan has never hashtagged I stand with Sean. Has he? Like, he's just not.
Hang on.
He's not got.
Does Simon Dan even do his own Twitter? Come on. He must have people to do his Twitter.
Students.
He has a whole team of people. He's just a character.
yeah.
He's got a whole production team. It's ridiculous that people pay any attention to this loon. He gets paid for being a loon. And come on, look at some of these people. Jeez.
It's exposing the flat earthers, These flat earthers need exposing. No one else is going to do it.
It's so ridiculous. If, like, I've seen some of his videos and there is absolutely nothing in them. So if people look at him and go, if that's what you do to expose flat earthers, then wow, flat earthers are stupid. Because that doesn't make any fucking sense.
The only thing he's any good at is reading a script, and even then, really bad. Really bad. Even after all this time, he's still not a good presenter.
I've noticed a lot of them do that to the scripted stuff.
Yeah, and it's really bad. Jeez.
Yeah, that smug smile he's got, just it's like he's like somewhat of like a, I don't know, narcissist, sort of just, like he knows it all, it's just like, oh, look at me, I don't show any emotion, and I'm a robot, and I know it all, It's just like, people buy into it. It's just like, well, it's just like that monotone voice he's got, Damn, sad.
Oh, Merry Christmas, everyone. That would be why I'm so grumpy.
I'm about to get grumpy. I don't know. Damn, I need to post more.
You do. You're behind even me, so...
You're always working. You can't be expected to post.
Yeah, exactly.
So can I kick people a lot of times? No, hold up.
No. Just start posting
Sorry.
random nonsense. If I knew how to work the bot and cheat and give you extra levels, I would. But I don't, so sorry. You have to type more.
VP's #1. Wow, 42. Maybe one of these days.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with DP.
I could care less what these people think, honestly, but it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I'd like those arguments that the trolls. I mean, we don't. Admittedly, we don't get many within this Discord server. But when they do come, it just goes over and over and over. Circular arguments. You do learn them all. Are you going to bed?
No, just giving you a kiss.
All right. Is that because you've been drinking?
Christmas kiss.
You've been drinking. Oh, we got Jose. Hey, Jose. He's new. He's a YouTuber, I think. Nobody banned or anything from here, Jose.
Who's saying that?
Jose's come in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Said hello.
Oh, okay.
Is it Christmas yet? No.
No.
It's 22:36 here.
But
Not too long.
If you check the tracker app, you'll be able to see where he is. I think it's real time as well, isn't it? Footage from Himawari, is it? Watching Santa. Where was that? You said you had the app earlier. Is that footage from the ISS or Himawari? Where was that coming from? Oh, Flat Earth Math as well.
Where?
In the chat.
Oh. Paint by number on my phone.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds positively Christmassy.
Yeah. Yeah, Math. I think we nearly had a chat over on Jose's at some point. If you want to come and have a chat about proofs and that sort of stuff.
So is he one of those flat earthers?
Flat Earth Math, I think so. He sounds like it, doesn't he?
I can't say I've ever really listened. I don't really know who it is.
Sounds like Brian.
But judging. Judging by the name.
Flat Earth mathematician, isn't he, at the minute? Be able to compete with him.
If it's who I think it is, it's a polite, cool fellow.
Oh yeah, he's got a cool stream. He did an interview with Kyle Adams, that guy that was doing that university online school. He was on like Bob's, Glowbusters, all that stuff.
Kids are decorating the Christmas tree this late.
Lol.
Mm.
If mine hadn't done it by now, it wouldn't have even bothered going up.
Oh, well, we don't have one, so.
No, my two wanted to put it up, so we did.
FE Math is old school. Was he Flat Earth when you were Flat Earth, Jose? Because that fascinates me, that.
Was that old school? Is that like back before, way before our time?
Yeah.
Right at the beginning.
School. Yeah.
When everybody was friends.
Is it as old school as Where's Wally's Mistake? Schoolboy. Like proper old school.
He was doing experiments. Whoa, that's neat. don't know how much experimenting you can do. I don't think we call it experiments around here, but wow,
Experiments is for science, surely.
yeah.
You can't experiment geometry, surely. It goes beyond experimentation. If you're doing geometry.
Oh my goodness. It's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's nearly Christmas, but I mean, is
Very
it any
nearly.
different?
No, it's just another day.
Yeah, I'm lucky now because they don't actually have to do anything.
It won't be Christmas here for another 7 hours. Now, how does that work?
It's because that's how long it takes Santa to get there in his sled. He can't be everywhere at once now, can
He
he?
has to do the whole world. Wow.
What Rakia meant to say was, how does that work on a flat Earth, huh?
I did that. That's Santa. I did that.
Yeah, I did that. I used the magic dust. I was actually, I'm actually one of the fathers who apologized to their kids for lying to them about Santa and Tooth Fairy and all the other fantasy things. We're taught as a society, as a parent, to lie to our kids. It's actually embarrassing when you think about it.
Yeah.
But I sincerely apologize to all three of them for doing that, and explaining to them why I'm apologizing. And, it's their choice how they do their kids, but, maybe being honest would be a better approach.
Cool. But I mean, like, yeah, it. I always get a bit iffy when I'm talking to people about that, because that, again, that's one of those topics, isn't it, where you can put yourself in a tricky position saying that.
Yeah, tell a young kid in front of their parent that Santa's not real, right? That your parents lied to you, and watch that parent explode.
Well, just watch.
I dare you.
Keep away from the kids and just watch the parent, right? You have that conversation. People are like, well, I told my kids that, and I don't. Well, wait a minute, I did actually. Yeah, you're right. I did lie to my kids.
Yeah,
that's a hard
that's what I'm
thing
saying.
to realize that. Like, people don't want to hear it.
No, they'll get mad at you
Yeah.
for them lying to their kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I experienced it. It's weird. It's like, I'm not the one who lied to your kids. You did. I owned up for mine. Why are you upset? It is definitely a deception, right? It's definitely, it's a lie. You're doing it on purpose. You're only doing it because someone lied to you, basically, to keep the story up, right? To keep the fantasy, the magic dust, everything that comes with it. It's funny that they use the North Pole too for some reason for their story.
Yeah. You can hide stuff there, can't you? You can hide it without actually hiding it.
Why does it have to be elves, like little people? Why couldn't it be full-grown workers? You understand? Like, what? There's got to be a reason for the story, right?
Little people.
It's conditioning. Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, from young, the lies. You accept.
Maybe Santa Claus was a giant.
Mm-hmm.
Flying reindeer.
Flying giant reindeer.
I think that's got a lot to do with the mushrooms, to be honest, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red and white mushrooms, flying reindeers, and big jolly blokes with red suits. Yeah.
Hey, dude, I
I
saw a reindeer with a
I was
red
gonna
nose.
I was gonna mention something about weird people who think that. Yeah, I know. Do you know what? I'm not even going to bother because it's going to bring up really bad memories of listening to Pete Shea. But yeah, if you watch the documentaries and stuff, you'll know what I'm talking about when it comes to reindeer and psychedelic mushrooms.
Yep. Yeah, the way you filter it.
Apparently.
Which filter you have on? But can you imagine that story being told after they come down off their high? I saw a reindeer flying with a red nose. You know, it was being led by a reindeer with a red. Write it down, bro. Write it down. It's a great story.
Yep.
Let's tell it to the kids.
I'm sure that's how they did Magic Roundabout. Someone was on a lot of drugs.
Same thing with, Star Trek, Star Wars, Bewitched.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can go down the list of fantasy, right? That has to do with wizardry and fantasy, and just write it down, right? Put it on the TV and watch it go. Don't worry. People will believe it if you put it on that TV. Put it in a book and call it fiction. But if you put it in enough books, the fiction part goes away. The fantasy part goes away, right?
Well, you can just believe it, right? It's a story that, like, you can believe things, or you can be taught to believe things you've never seen for yourself because of some sort of mass psychosis, or I don't know, whatever. Probably just flooding the brain with it, the TV and everybody else influencing you. So yeah, you can take something from a story in the imagination and just put it in the imagination of everyone. And then everyone will be able to talk about an imagination, but they can believe it's true.
Well, just sharing that common fantasy, right? To feel a part of something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's conditioning the mind.
So just go along with it, right? The more and more people that just go along with it, the more it becomes, fact or their reality. Doesn't take long, right? A couple of years. But that's the good news. I think also is that in a couple of years, let's say 10, if the truth really got out and was able to be, poster boarded, I call it, like put everywhere, then people could, most people could accept it and move on and accept it as fact. So that is a good news part of it, I guess.
Where does a great story start? In anybody's mind. That goes for everybody in this room.
Story starts at birth.
Yeah, I
Everyone
think
has
so,
their
too.
own individual story, right? Like one of the big things that I think we should learn from all of this is that the Father Christmas lie is never told to the kids as a truth, right? It's never, you never write your child with it. The child always learns the lie afterwards. So within the learning capabilities of everybody, you learn as a child that you're parents lie to you, but it gets locked in at that early age, right? That's locked in, and there's no way you can get rid of that. So you're taught early that you are lied to. Now, there are other lies that you have to discover, just like that child that had to discover that the Father Christmas wasn't actually real, but it wasn't told to you that it wasn't real, right? You have to discover that lie for yourself. Well, there's others that you need to go on a journey for, and right, some of these journeys, because they happen at adulthood, not at the child state, then some of them are a bit harder to get rid of. Some of you have to let go of certain things in order to find the truth that's behind the lie.
Just think of the stories.
Go on.
The stories that are being told now. Just take Elon Musk. You know, it's this mythical type character, just like Santa, right? He's bigger than life. He's you know, all of this, right? He's one of those guys. I did that, right? I did that, and they just propagate it. They just put it everywhere, poster board it, and you know, he's flying around in all these magical crafts and using this magic dust, and he's going to get into your brain and, you know, creating these illusions where he's bigger than life, and really he's probably just a made up character.
Yeah, well, and that ran me into what you said the other day, Rakia, where what is the greatest lie ever told? Santa Claus for everyone. And if you look back on it, the next greatest lie ever told was it's a globe.
I think the greatest lie ever told is that there isn't a creator. I think it all stems down from that. Every other deception is to hide that fact. That's my personal belief.
I'll be.
So Santa is part of that, right? Santa's just a way to get people used to lying and deceiving, and it's okay that people, even when they're told it's, you know, they realize that it's a lie and you shouldn't lie to kids and this, they still defend it, right? It's just a story, you know, it's just, you know, what you want your kids not believing in Santa? Right? I mean, that's what my own family members say.
Yeah.
You want to take Santa away from the kids? No, I want to take the lie away from the kids. Get as far away from deception as you can. And keep it away.
Yeah, the anagram Santa and Satan, and then they've got Claus as Lucas, and then Lucas is the light, so the light bearer. They've got, oh my God, there are so many people that have connected everything back to you know, Santa Claus being, you know, Satan, and like everything is just kind of inverted, basically.
Yeah,
I mean, the kids and, you know, growing up in these rural villages, you know, like, you know, up in the north, you know, in Germany. I mean, it stemmed from this other character they had there. And, I think it was like Krampus, right? And like they, you know, there's always been that feature though of humanity having that sort of that way of thinking, you know, like something's gonna get them, you know, if you don't do something, you know, during the year, that's, you know, that you stuff like that, you know. Yeah, it's a I think it's kind of a human thing, you know, and these, like, you know, these it's like tribal mindset, or you could say, but like right now I'd agree, like we shouldn't be teaching kids that at all, anything, because it's just out of control. But yeah, I mean, there's having fun, you know, and celebrating things, but then like when you're lying to kids about something to do something well, it's like it is gotten I think, out of hand. Just,
Yeah.
you know, programming.
Celebrate the truth, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, get rid of all the fear, anxiety, and deception in your life, and just watch yourself flourish, and watch the people around you, you know, do the same thing. It's amazing. I think we just get caught up in, you know, we get caught up in the deception. We buy into it, and it gets easier and easier and easier. So,
Celebrate truth. We just need something to happen.
yeah.
You just, again,
Sorry, can I jump in? I
What?
wonder if Jose's here, whether he has any predictions for 2022 in this topic, Jose. What do you think is going to happen? What's going to be the hot topic? You missed the beginning of the show when we talked about it, but
yeah,
I'd be interested to hear.
I think somebody predicted that Jose stood strong as the server to last with the thing out of all of them. Competition is strong. I wonder where Jose fits with the you know, the other guy that's running a server, an empire.
I don't know, but I find that Jose's platform is a little bit more open than the other one. In fact,
Yeah.
way more open, and he will actually give you the time of day and let you speak. So Jose is definitely a way better place to go than that other server that we won't mention.
The adult one.
The adult globe. Yes.
Yeah.
You mean the one that banned me from saying 3 certain words?
Yeah. Yeah, you had
I
your
can't possibly comment.
personal list of words that aren't available to say. Or
Yeah, he gave me
questions.
3 words. And then from banning 3 words, he went to, I'm not allowed to ask a question unless I answer a question first. Then from that, he instructed his mods, every time I come on, I'm not allowed to ask a question, only answer questions. Then he banned me. Just saying, you know, fair server, that is.
Jose's not got a good server.
Well, it's not so much that. It's about the shows, Jose.
Jose JG is about the show, right? It's not about your Discord server. Never has been.
Yeah, and if you make it easy enough for people to come into your show, then they will. They'll always come in because you are actually quite fair. So carry on with that. The other one will fail and wither away miserably.
It was weird because they've got also with Stan with Sean doing the debate. So it's like almost as though those two teamed up together are trying to do what Jose does in one show. But one of them's doing it over a long course of time and the other one's not going to get a debate. Just like Jose never got really a debate. Like, debates never happen. Weird, a bit of competition. DP's got it there. DP's predictions for 2022.
Oh, okay. What does he say?
Water level.
The level of water is eternal. Show ponies. Oh. I like that one, but they don't look much like ponies. And what about the memes in the chat, which you'll probably all be able to see.
Yeah, I'm risking it. I hope no sock characters of any adult Globe Earth Discord servers come in to dox themselves by posting videos that are readily available on YouTube. But you know, we have to take these risks at times.
I wonder if the ballers ever thought that certain people would ever stoop so low. I wonder if they ever thought that. By low, I mean, you know, stopping conversation, stopping people for asking questions, stuff like that.
Live streaming people's premieres.
Yeah, yeah.
Stealing content. Copyright.
How do they get
striking.
away with that?
Reporting other people. Yeah, good question, Emma.
He didn't get away with it. That's why he had to shut it down. He got scared.
You know, where I come from, that they call you a stoolie, and there's nothing lower than that. Being called a stoolie? Think about it. In any profession, a stoolie, you're a rat, right? The mob, right? Rat. You're in a gang. You're a rat,
Kid
a stool
Creole and the
pigeon.
Coconuts, wasn't it? Stool pigeon.
Uh-huh.
You may have had to have been a little bit older, but I think it was.
We do have a guest. We do have a guest, Extremis. How you doing today?
He's not speaking.
Oh, sorry. Is he one of those tender guys?
Yeah. He was in listening to Bob do the bendies on earlier.
I wonder if he can explain Bendy Soda.
No, we're keeping away from that. We're just doing the.
Wasn't he live streaming a live? Not a premiere.
No, it was when we went over to Blue Server. We did that recording going over to Blue Server. So
okay. So it was right. Okay.
Yeah, it was a premiere, and he was live streaming it.
Yeah. Once it got pointed out, it was like, oh, I gotta shut this down. I'm good.
Yeah, you don't normally expect people to be doing that.
No, normally YouTube shuts that kind of thing down, but I guess not. I guess you have to know someone.
Well, it's like, you know, I'm not bothered about reporting or doing anything like that, really.
Bev. So, Extremis, are you trying to get those Bitcoins and the proof of that globe? Or that model?
Who's Flat Earth Math talking about? Math? Who are you talking about? I don't know what you said.
Nobody gets poor treatment here, Flat Earth Math.
No, he's talking about Flat Earthers. I mean, I don't know. Has any Flat Earthers said anything about anything in the chat there? Or is Math sort of seeing things? I'm just having a look. Anybody see anything? No.
I haven't seen it.
No, Math. I don't know what you're talking about. You must be... Are you thinking of a different chat?
Yeah, we're not really in either camp.
He's look, I'll put it like he has. He's a bit of promotion. Flat Earth Math has created the Civil Discourse Show. 1 hour of civil conversation, no yelling, no muting, and no name calling. A bit like we've just done here for over an hour. Anytime you want, Math, just pop on over. I know some people say really weird things about us. I don't know who that might be. Jose might know some of the people that have said some things
This might
about
be
us.
funny.
Yeah, we talk like this with everybody. Occasionally, some people may get a little bit overexcited, but it's all, nobody gets muted, that kind of thing.
I like the way these guys talk. Extremis, you gonna pipe up? Get your Bitcoin?
Discord is, once you get used to Discord, it's brilliant. But it's not fun. You need someone to walk you through it.
Yeah, it's a nightmare running through it if you're on your own. Especially when you go into some servers and there are 400 channels. He's like, what's going on here? Hopefully we try and keep it a bit. We'll have to, that will be one thing that we need to do. We need to sort out a video of how to get into the Discord server. How to Discord, because we know we're a lot of elder type people that aren't au fait
Wow.
with getting
Wow.
Discord running.
You were so close there, Bev,
What?
to being in serious trouble.
Why? Speaking French.
No, you almost said elderly.
Well,
Sorry,
Like
I
the guy
mean,
older.
just posted?
I'm talking for Discord
Uh-huh.
purposes.
More experienced people.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
That's funny, Redmond.
No, what's funny is Extremis, I can't talk right now. Just listen. What are you listening for?
He's all right. He's
But you can
listening
type.
in. He wants to, like everybody else, we're all after that Bitcoin. We're after these proofs. So any little bit you can get.
Cool.
Hey, flat Earth math could be a great help here. All them math skills. Yeah.
Mike Jones has
I'll be back.
predicted for 2022 many triggered boomers.
I coined that. I'll put a 20 on that one.
Oh, Jose has joined. Let me give him a... Oh, Jose would like to join.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Pop on in.
Give it a minute and it should work.
Oh, math is coming as well. Double team.
For a Christmas Eve chat.
Yeah, it's going to be 50 minutes. Christmas Day.
Woohoo!
Switch over. I think Paige is already there, though. Paige is...
Yes. Paige is way ahead of us in the
She'll be
future.
sitting down for a Christmas dinner.
I know. Merry Christmas, Paige.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Paige.
On the beach.
And all
Yeah,
the Aussie.
Mm. Gorgeous weather, whereas we've got rain.
Yeah, we got snow and minus 15, so there.
Well, at least
Ho,
you've got the
ho,
snow.
ho. Happy Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas,
Merry
Jose.
Christmas, Jose.
Thank you. I just got an advice for everybody. If you either live with your parents, are close to your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your uncles, your aunts, your family, your grandpas, your grandmas, somebody that you love, call them, visit them, hug them. You never know how much time you got with them. People get old, people get sick, and it's a great time for everybody to spend time with their family. I encourage everybody to do that. If not today, do it tomorrow or as soon as possible. Boom.
Beautiful, Jose.
Yeah.
I agree.
Or maybe not even your family. Maybe that dude down the road.
No, exactly. Yeah. Your neighbor, somebody, anybody. Yeah. If
Yeah.
you don't got family or close relatives
Well,
or close friends, just hug your neighbor or tell him Happy Christmas, giving a big smile, and that will really make your day and their day also.
Yeah, some of us are lucky enough to have family that live close by, so I see them all the time, but other people You only see them at Christmas, so yeah, use the time.
I am very excited because my parents are visiting me on the 15th. I don't know if the 14th or the 15th of January. I haven't seen them in almost 2 years. Last time they came in for like a month. But now this time they're coming in, and my dad, they both old and sick. You know, my dad is just turned 80. My mom is 70. And my dad have a heart condition, and he was gonna stay for 2 months to stay over here, but he had to cut it down to 1 month because they're gonna do a very delicate procedure on his heart. One of the arteries is not working well. They say go visit your family, go take the trip, but you cannot. We cannot let you stay for too long because we gotta take care of that. So I am super torn. I am super excited to see him and spend time with him, but I don't know. I got a feeling that I mean, hopefully not, and it's a bad thing to say, but who knows if it's gonna be the last time that I'm gonna spend time with him. But other than that, I'm super looking forward to hang out with him for a few days, a few weeks. Yep.
That sounds really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jose, that's awesome. You know, my dad went through a pretty long, drawn out death, but it's actually was a blessing because we spent 24/7 together for like 6 months, basically. And man, that time was incredible. So everything can be a blessing, right?
And my dad is an awesome man. He
Yeah,
sings to me. He tells me stories. We remember memories. He's a really really cool guy. Yeah, love him.
yeah. When he was on your show, man, he was top notch. So that's why I told you earlier. He's a wise man.
Yeah, and
Ask
every
him
time
some
he's
serious
near, yeah,
questions.
every time he's near anybody, he give the good vibe, because he's this man of faith, and he just bursts out of him the positiveness and the good faith, and that makes me a better person when I'm near him. So yeah, all is good, man. All is good.
Sweet. Last Christmas, my dad was on his deathbed. Only my brothers could go and see him in the hospital, but I mean, he's all right now. Recovered after an operation, yeah. There's always time. Always time.
Somebody who else? Oh, asking receive say, Jose, you say you're listen. He said, Jose, you hang out more in the flatter places or whatever, but you never learn. I say, I listen. I mean, it doesn't matter that learning or not, but I listen, I'm subscribed to a lot of people, and whenever somebody is live or talking about something, it's always, I call it background noise, but yeah, it's something to keep my mind rolling and entertained. So it's good. Thank you for creating content. Appreciate it for real, man, because it gives me something to listen to every once in a while, trying to switch it around.
Right, well, we're trying to get away from all the model talk, Jose. So, like, as you know, we're not flat Earth. Surprising, I know. But we are getting away from that model talk because it divides communities, right? We all live in reality. So the model stuff divides. And we don't want to be doing that anymore. I don't think.
And actually, I really don't learn a lot listening to uh, listening to the Glober's content. I don't listen to the a lot because it's kind of what we all are born into, the education and all the stuff, right? A lot of people just keep learning and learning to teach others. I'm not like that. I learn enough. I'm good, but I try to listen to flat earthers content and non-globers and different type of earthers alternatives to learn things, to learn the positive things and how things work. But there's not a lot of that, and you gotta agree with me with that. In a lot of you listen to some flatter content and other content creators, they don't teach a lot. They talk a lot about how the globe doesn't work, and they talk about breaking down the globe and destroying it. But it's not a lot of positive claims to other things besides the globe. So I just listen. I don't have a lot to learn anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? That circular argument that when you come into this, you come into it and you get taught the arguments, and they're the only arguments that you ever talk about. Just round and around and around and around, going nowhere. You've been in it for how long? You've been in it longer than we have, most of us.
I've been here for, I think, 5 years.
Mhm.
Almost. Oh, yeah.
5-year service. Should be up. Like Ranty cast his thingy in, he dipped in. He's gone. Loads
Don't
of
you
people
get a
have
special
gone.
award for that long?
Yeah, 5-year service.
Nobody appreciates me, man. I've been here for a long time. Shit.
You know, when I get to 5 years, I want, I don't know, a watch or something, please.
Where's it gone though in that 5 years? What's happened? Nothing. Just drama.
Yeah, I know. It's fun. It's fun sometimes, but it get old.
Gets real old. So
I was trying to keep doing my thing, my format, to try to get people with different points of view. And if everybody is in the same boat, oh, believe me that I'm going to jump in and try to plant the benefit of the doubt seed on them and put my flip flops on and try to make the opposite argument, because I need that entertainment. And if anybody else join to challenge the people in the call, if there's the majority are Glovers, for example, then I have to challenge them, Even I don't have a great argument, but I get them thinking and going, rolling, and then I just lay back and live in arguing. It's kind of my niche.
Well, how about, like, because we're equal opportunity, right? There's 3 Bitcoin up for a proof. What we're doing at the minute is trying to work out what that proof is. What is a proof? And, like, let's get that. Let's get that Bitcoin.
I don't do Bitcoins. I don't like that.
Yeah, but I mean, 3 Bitcoin handed to you.
I don't know what it is. 3 Bitcoins. It's like giving me three tokens from, I don't know, the arcade store. Here, 3 Bitcoins. I think about it like 3 tokens. I really don't know what it is. Haven't researched it. I'm not interested. Like that Bitcoin. I call BS. I like cash in my pocket or in my card. That's it.
Well, yeah, you could do that. You could cash it out, I suppose. About 150k ish. Depending on how it's trading at the minute. We're after it. We just need to work out what a proof is. We need to work out what a proof is, and then we need to have a word with Dave and work out what he wants as a proof, and then we can get it for him. I mean, it stops the bickering, right? And we're all working together. It's more of a team sport. Getting Bitcoin together.
Imagine the headlines, right, through all the discords. A labeled Glober and a labeled Flat Earther joined together and came up with a proof, and conquered Dave's Bitcoin and is now living large with 150k. I want in.
Mm-hmm.
Jose must have a proof, right? He was on the Flat Earth group side and then switched back.
Well,
so he had to have a proof to switch back.
We said that about Ranty last night, right? Ranty never had a proof. He can't have had a proof. He still probably doesn't have a proof. Ranty was just a troll that played everyone. Everyone. Well, not everyone.
So who is the person that put the challenge out?
David Weiss.
For proof for the globe? Is that what he's asking for?
He wants, yeah. I mean, so far, all we've really heard is that he's willing to exchange 3 Bitcoin for 1 globe proof. But we're unable to talk to any globers as to what they think a proof is. Like what are the constituent parts of a proof? And how would you hand that over to Dave? And how would he accept it and then say, thank you very much, here's the Bitcoin? I mean, how does that work?
Right.
It's hard work.
Now, 2 things, right? If David Weiss switch the challenge and say 3 Bitcoins or X amount of dollars, I'll be on it. Or if he is offering dollars instead of Bitcoins, right? That's number 1. And then I will dig everywhere for what proof is, and then when the globe side tell me what they think proof is, or the flat earthers, and I agree, we got a consensus of what a proof is, then I need to know who is gonna be the judge of that proof. Is gonna be David Weiss himself?
It's got to
That's
be.
a tricky one, you know.
It's got to be him. He's the one with the Bitcoin, right? He's holding the Bitcoin and going to exchange it. Of course, he's the one that wants it. That's why we need to have a word with him to find out exactly what he thinks a proof is.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, for real, man.
He's the guy with the money.
And then he can also say 3 Bitcoins, or I don't know, $10,000 or $1,000. Oh, I'll take it, man. I'll do the challenge. I'll try. Now he got like you say, uh, what will be considered, what will be acceptable for him as proof. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's what we've been doing over the last few days. But I mean, Dave still hasn't come around. It's Christmas time, right? He doesn't have to. But it would be helpful, right? Because obviously we've not had a chat with him, and when everybody hears this thing about what is a proof, it takes a bit for it to work out what exactly is a proof, and how would you get it, and how would you hand it over, and all of that. So wouldn't it be good if in that conversation we had something that we already had an idea of, that we could perhaps influence him into thinking what a proof is? Then we could, do you know what I mean? Like, have a word with the boys, because if we could like tell him, because I mean, who knows what a proof is? I don't think anyone knows what a proof is, really.
Hey, shout out to Big Blue in the chat. Should giving a range so he don't get time out anymore. Boom.
No. That's me timing out.
Yeah.
Just
Blue
giving a
knows-
range. Giving a range. Nah, it's all right.
No. Blue knows why he's timed out. It's Christmas, and the things he was posting in there was just it was pointless. It's Christmas. Give it a rest. Chill out. You know.
Yeah.
So when he can do that, he is perfectly entitled to type anything. Just, it's Christmas.
I didn't read what he said, but was it responsible? The comment, responsible trolling.
It's Christmas. Just have a break. I don't understand why people have to be mean and miserable. Just take 1-2 days off.
In the spirit of truth and proof for Christmas, give it a rest. There's no fight anywhere around here. Never has been. I just want a conversation. I want to work together. And honestly, we'll come and talk to anyone. Right, Jose? I mean,
I just didn't go anywhere today. My family is out for a bit. They should be here 15 or 20 minutes. But right now, I say like, I was just browsing around. I'll jump in to talk for a few minutes and then bail out. Try to be cordial and cool, at least for once. most of the times I am. I just don't feel like trolling today. I'm kind of like in the down low. Tomorrow will be fun. I'll be on my sister's, hanging out with all my family there.
I have to wait up. Sorry, I have to wait up a bit, because I'm on Christmas duties.
What, eating carrots, drinking whiskey?
No, they're not that young anymore, but there's still things that I have to do after people are asleep, so. About the only time of year I stay up really late.
She's on a drinking gaming night, so she's very loud in the other room in a minute.
It's Christmas.
I think I have heard the Globe side says before that they will accept as proof for the Earth not being a globe from high altitude I don't know how high you gotta be, but you must be able to take a picture of either the whole Earth or half of the Earth, where we can see we can see a few continents on it, like that high, not high as you can see a little bit of the horizon and a little bit of a sunspot, or none of that, because we've seen that. We need to see a lot higher, few hundreds or a few thousand miles away from the Earth, so we can see the non-globular shape of the Earth. That would be acceptable.
Oh.
You never see the globe shape. Every time I've gotten high or sent a drone up or a plane, it's just a bigger. It's just the same thing it is now, just bigger, which isn't a ball. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But it's not high enough to get a biggest
that's-
continent on view, biggest continent at least on view. Not big enough.
But okay, you're saying that your proof is a maybe. Okay, well that doesn't seem like much of a proof to me. My proof is the reality that we actually see. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but I seen that, and you got a point. But we need a lot higher, that we can see more of the Earth on one shot.
But ballers need higher, right? Because we already see it as what it is, not a ball, right? Like on top of a table with mountains and stuff. So I don't need to get any higher. The person who thinks it's a ball would have to then get higher to see it as a ball to convince themselves it's a ball. So the proof right now is in what we see. Going outside, trees, mountains, the ground not being a ball. So saying, well, if we get high enough, that's not a proof. That's an if. So we've proven that it's not a ball right now. So,
well, the globe side have gone that high, and there are a shitload of space agencies that launch over the time thousands of miles away from the Earth, and they got those pictures are available for everybody. No, I'm not saying that I accept them, but it's the evidence, there is a proof there.
Yeah, we were talking about like personal experience, though, right? So what somebody else did.
Oh yeah,
sure. They said they went up. What if they said they went up there and saw God? Would you become a Christian?
Well, where's the evidence? I need to see the evidence.
Well, they got pictures. They had pictures of this bright light, and they're like, "Bro, we went up there. It was God." Would you believe that God is real and be a Christian now because they brought the picture?
If the situation was real, yes, but the situation
but hold on, how do you know that? Wait, Jose. How would you know the situation? You've never been to space to see these pictures. You're just trusting the people that went up there. So instead of pictures of other planets, let's just say they came back with pictures of God. So everything is the same. It's just that instead of pictures of God and you believing in that, it's pictures of God and you believe in that. You see where I'm going?
Oh, I see where you're going, but that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist today, the pictures of God that you're implying,
Yeah, no, I know. But I'm just, because they didn't produce those pictures. If they did, though, you would believe in God, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, most probably, yeah, Earth is God, if the shape of the Earth was God. But as for today,
I was little. I believe in
today, what we have is the photographs of the globe and pictures of the globe is what we got today.
It's like when I was little, there was photos of Santa and pictures of Santa, and I believed in him flying around a ball. Yeah, same thing.
So are you saying that's good for you, Jose? Is that you putting a picture as proof on the list, right, as things that you would accept as a proof?
I hope that date's proof too, man. That's some easy money, baby. Easy money.
I mean, it's not just one picture, but a compilation of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of pictures and videos that add up. Not a video, a compilation, an accumulation of videos and pictures that.
Well, yeah, like a 4K video, like thousands of pictures in a sequence.
Maybe from a drone at 500 feet up, right?
Not only for one source, for many different sources. Yeah, that'd be good proof. Yeah.
Go like a 360.
From a few hundred different sources. Yeah.
Okay. That's honest. I've never heard that before, but
yeah, because one video or one picture wouldn't cut it. One source wouldn't cut it. It must be an accumulation of many different sources.
So it's got to be a big lie before you believe it.
But if you see it that way, I mean,
It's fair. Yeah.
Well, you're not
More power to you.
experiencing any of it yourself, right? You're just like, so it's like somebody came to you like, here's a picture of Superman flying, and you're like, no, I don't believe it. Then another person came with a picture, and then another person. It's just you're just waiting for enough people to come to you with pictures of Superman before you believe it. Like you're just going with majority rules, right? Oh, 500 people saw that, I'm in that boat. Then 1,000 people come. Wait, no, we didn't. Oh, I'm back in this boat, and then 10,000. Oh, back in that boat. Yeah, that's the flip flop in action, folks.
Yeah, I would love to see that. 500, 1,000 people coming in. Like, we all seen Superman. Look at that. All from different cameras. I would like to have all that compiled on my computer and then have somebody and call people to analyze those pictures and compare one to another to see if they add up. And then I will believe or not that the Superman exists. Yeah.
So we've added some more people in to check it now as well.
Wouldn't the fact
I wouldn't have the discernment on myself to determine at the end of the day. I will ask also for third parties to help me on determining and analyzing the data. Yeah.
Yeah, you ever seen a person fly like Superman, Jose?
I have seen a few handful of videos on the internet. Yeah.
Have you ever flown like Superman? Are you ever?
No.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous, right? So if just taking off from the ground and flying like Superman is just ridiculous not because you haven't seen it, right? It's ridiculous because of the concept behind it, a human unpowered flying, right? That's what makes it ridiculous. So you're not basing whether something's ridiculous on if it's ridiculous. You're basing it on, are there videos of it? And how many videos, right? This is how you can believe anything. Because when your belief is not based on any proof or reality, but can somebody manipulate images to make it seem like I'm seeing what I want to, then you can believe anything. And Merry Christmas.
It appears Flat Earth Math has the censor bot has picked his name up as an inappropriate name. I'm sorry, Math. I don't know how that happened. We've got a censor bot that somebody's put on there. It's called him inappropriate name.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody's added a bot and we don't know where it is. And it's censoring some people. And I'm guessing Flat Earth has been censored within the... Yeah, see, Paige can write it in the chat. So what's going on? It's
I just want to know what...
It's not censored.
Jose, you gonna unban me for calling you a girl?
Oh, it was you. Come on, man. Why do you do that? There's no need for that.
No, I'm asking. Am I becoming unbanned?
Is that not responsible?
But why? Yeah, that wasn't totally responsible. Calling a man and woman when me myself, I never identify as a girl.
Jose,
I never talk about
I get
this
called a
sex thing.
girl all the time.
It was funny.
Yeah, but you define. Yeah, you identify yourself as a girl. I never identify myself as a girl. I mean, it's like that's not responsible.
That's what made it a troll.
It's banter,
you've never
Jose.
Yeah, but that wasn't responsible because YouTube is very sensible with that, and we are in YouTube when we are transmitting, so I gotta be careful with that, type of trolling.
No, not right here. So can I be unbanned now?
So why did you call me a girl? Then I'll unban you. I just need an answer.
Oh, okay. Funny thing was, you said, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold up. Where's the ladies at in the house? Y'all have a great night." I said, "Oh, it's you." That's what I said.
Oh, but it was a different name. It wasn't Redman.
No, I'm still banned.
But it wasn't Redman, the name, right?
Go and check it.
I got.
He's always been Redman.
3 people banned. I got in my channel. Only 3 people.
I don't blame you for banning him, actually. I want to ban him and mute him here all the time. So, Jose, I stand behind Jose on this one.
Yeah,
Well,
you know,
I stand behind Jose on this one.
Let me get my shout out on one
Some shit.
people.
Is it Triple X? Is it Sonic Broom? Is it Brenda? Or is it Right the Hand? Those 4 people. I say 3. My bad. I got 4 people blocked. That's it. That's the only 4
Okay,
people that I got blocked.
post it up. Let me see. Post it up. Let me see.
Look, these 4 people I got banned. Hold on. Hidden
Good.
users.
I think he wants you to post the link if that's possible, Jose.
Oh,
please.
that to my channel.
Screenshot.
Yeah.
Screenshot.
All right. Let me. I'm gonna
Oh,
throw
you
this.
want a screenshot?
That's
Yeah,
the
there you go.
huge company right there. Look at that. Can you
Oh,
move
let me-
Sonic to the right so I'm the first user that's banned?
That's my. That's my list of banned people on my channel.
Oh yeah. So what's your link?
I don't see Sean Hawkins on that list.
Switch the link. What do you mean? Switch.
Oh, the YouTube. Is that what you're on about, Redman? Or you on
Yeah.
about the
No,
Discord?
not YouTube. Not you. Discord. Discord.
Oh,
the Discord?
Discord. Now we're talking. All right. Let me see what I got. Okay.
Let me get my
Discord.
shout out over there, please, too.
No, hold on. Really.
Are you on blocking
You
right now?
can't use the YouTube rules now for why he's banned, can you?
How do I?
How'd you get out of that?
Privacy settings, right? No. Oh, daily boom. Server settings. Bans. Oh, I got like 200 people banned. YouTube Science, write it down. Test Signal, Sugar Cookie, Sean Hawkins, non Sean Hawkins, write the hand. Reaping, not
You just
sleeping.
screenshot it.
Q Shrek, P Mars, 90 Degree Palm, Mike Jones, Mars Chambers, George, Can with George, Johnny B, Jen Beruz, Pichet, I'm your Copernicus, DTE, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 delete users, and a round of applause. Those are the band people.
5 of those are mine.
Man, you know what?
Five, you're counting them.
Where's your link? Where's your link? Let me see about this.
Let me hold on. Yeah, I told you, I clean my ban list.
On that.
No, I cleaned my ban list. I
There
told
you
you
go.
guys once. I said, you know what? I went fresh. I cleaned my ban list. Now there are some a little bit of exceptions there, but yeah. Create invite, edit link, no limit for the join.
Yeah,
And
poor
generally,
DP can't get in because he hasn't got any headphones. So.
copy and paste. That should be doable right there.
Yeah, he says you're not on the list, DP.
DP's free.
Yeah.
Sorry,
name's,
DP.
Your name's
Where did you
Dan.
post the link, Jose?
I posted it on live chat. Is there on? I think one of the few places that I can post here. Oh, where should I post? Is there on another
Nothing's
chat?
come up. Is that weird?
It's not there, Jose.
Is there another
No.
chat box that I can post? I'll send it to. Can I send it to you, Emma, on DM?
Go in the live
link.
chat.
Yeah, why is it not working? Where you posted that screenshot, post it there.
Oh, okay. So the Discord link, enter right there.
There you go,
next level.
perfect. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I cleaned my ban list, like for real. And YouTube was hard because I had, like, dude, in the beginning I had, like, no shitting, hundreds and hundreds of stock accounts. Most of them were some old channels that don't exist anymore. When I started my channel, when I went from flat to globe, dude, hundreds of troll accounts. So it was hard to keep up who was, just messing around. But now in this one, as I say, yep, everything is kind of clear. Feliz Navidad, vecino! Thank you.
Oh man, I just got
No, thank you. Sorry, that was some weird.
This shit. I just got back in the day boom.
Oh, DP's unbanned as well.
Is he?
Double smileys.
Yeah.
So, hello, this is Charles, Flat Earth Math. How you doing
Hey,
today?
Matt.
Shout out to Flatter Matt. What's up, man?
Doing okay. I thought it was very interesting, your discussion of the Santa Claus and things like that. Because my wife and I took a very kind of I don't know, a relaxed approach. Like we Santa Claus is in the culture, but we never said, "Oh, Santa Claus is coming down the chimney, and that's where your presents are coming from." We've never ever said that. But our kids watch, Christmas movies, and so they, Santa Claus is like a fairy tale figure for them. My one little daughter, she does believe in the tooth fairy because she just lost a tooth and she woke up with a couple dollars under her pillow.
Yeah. I try not to do that. I mean, like it is. I guess it's a personal thing for everyone. But I definitely didn't do that with any of my sons. I was never tempted. Like you say, did you? How did you react when you heard us talking about it?
Oh, I thought it was interesting because it's like, it's a very good approach to take to not lie to children. Like, I'm a school teacher. I teach high school, and sometimes the administration will say, well, we got to say this, because it's just easier. And it's like I won't lie to the kids. I take I take great exception. I will not lie to my students. Now, with regards to young children and fairy tales, I believe that there's like a gray area where fairy tales can be part of growing up, but that we're not talking about my kids saying, "Dad, does Santa Claus really exist, or is it really you and Mom?" And then me doubling down on the Santa Claus lie, because that would be lying. It's one thing to have a fairy tale for children, but then if someone asks you a direct question and you lie, you're lying.
What about fairy tales for adults?
Oh, I don't think they exist. I mean, people like to share stories, and some of these stories turn out to be true, and those turn out to be false. But I don't believe there's anybody telling fairy tales.
Isn't a fairy tale just a false story?
Well, I mean, you could say Star Wars is a fairy tale, and Star Wars is entertaining fiction that I think a lot of people love, but I don't think anyone believes that it actually was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
No, but they think that's going to happen in the future.
No, go ahead.
They think there's galaxies far, far away where light speed is possible. Like, that technology is coming.
I don't think anybody believes that seriously.
You gotta get out more.
Seriously, for example, they believe in galaxies, sure, but light speed. I mean, that's always been in the realm of science fiction, and I don't think there's anybody saying we're going to develop light speed, and it's like maybe in another 1,000 years of technology, but that's kind of.
What about the fact of just light speed? In general, that there's light going the speed. Isn't that a fairy tale too?
I believe the scientific evidence is pretty clear on that. I can't defend it because I've never measured the speed of light, but I don't have any doubt that is a measurement that has been done in the scientific community. I mean, I'm not gonna.
You ever measured the Easter Bunny?
I've never measured the Easter Bunny weighs 27 pounds.
I'm just saying, you said you never measured the speed of light. You've never measured the Easter Bunny, but speed of light, yeah, that's fact. Scientific consensus. Easter Bunny, no, that's a lie. Ridiculous. Don't teach students. I'm not seeing the difference. Maybe it's me.
Okay, but by your analogy, the country of Hungary doesn't exist because you've never been there personally.
China.
Okay.
A bit of a different one. Well done.
Okay, so
no.
Just
Keep it with the proof, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Does it matter what you can or can't prove, or just does it matter the standard of evidence, right? So if you're going to start saying, well, I haven't seen China, therefore it exists. When does it become, I've never seen Santa, therefore he exists, or I've never seen the Easter Bunny, therefore he doesn't exist? Because your standard has left your personal verification into your trust in the source, which is religion.
Oh, I actually do believe in God. I am a man of faith.
Yeah, there's difference between faith. I believe in God too, right? And I don't believe in a photon. But if I see somebody that does believe in a photon, to me, it's the same as me believing in God. You're believing in something you haven't seen based on things in the real world.
Well, I would say if the evidence, well, all right, there's a question of where the evidence is coming from, how much evidence is there, and do you trust the source? So, like for example, faith is a very personal thing. I mean, there's a lot of people say God doesn't exist, and it's like, I used to not believe. I used to be an atheist for 30 years, but it wasn't because I'd proven that God didn't exist, and it took a very personal experience for me to be converted. But on the science side of things, oftentimes I see people arguing against things that are disproven 1,000 times, but they're still arguing the same thing. I mean, it's
How do you prove those things? How do you prove something?
well, proof is a very difficult word in that. In actuality, proof is impossible. Like 100% proof is impossible because we could all be living in the Matrix.
Are you 100% sure that something can't be 100% true or false?
Well, based on the evidence that I see in front of me, I can draw conclusions. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I can't be 100% sure because we could literally be brains in a vat. That's like the way they refer to the. We could be living in a simulation, and there's no way I could disprove that.
You've never experienced living in a simulation as a brain in a vat. So how do you get that as empirical reality or proof?
No. But I can't disprove it. I can't.
Okay, but we're not trying to disprove things. We're saying, what can we prove? Okay, because you can't disprove Santa, so that's useless, right? But we can prove that I've never seen Santa, right? I've never seen a guy flying around going down a chimney. I proved that. Okay. Now, whether you want to disprove something, I don't see the benefit in that. I don't see.
Well, my approach is basically, what's the preponderance of evidence? That's what I go with. Preponderance of evidence, and if it's stuff that like, for example, I've never been to China, but I know that so many people have that it would be silly for me to say, well, China doesn't exist because I haven't been there. So it's like I trust the people who have been there. I trust that people who say they've been to China have actually been to China. They're not all lying. So it's the preponderance of evidence, and the same thing goes for science.
Could Earth and life be evidence of God?
I think life is. I think life absolutely is.
Okay, so then there's just as much evidence for God as there is for China being real.
No, I would say there's for God, but it's not the type that convinces.
China is on Earth, right? Like China's part of Earth. Earth is evidence of God.
Well, yeah, the thing is,
you see where I'm going?
kind of. I know I don't want to belabor the point, but I think that the fact that
hear him out.
Okay, go ahead.
Hear him out.
Sure.
Go ahead, right hand.
No, that was it. I was just saying that, like, this is what happens when you have evidence and not proof, right? So with evidence, really evidence, the way you're using evidence, that's your proof, right? So like, Earth being here, that's proven. We can go outside, you can stick your hand in it, proof. Life, me, you, the people, proven, right? Now, from those proofs, we can draw conclusions, but you got to have that proof first. And you're naming proof actually evidence.
Yeah, because the thing is, in science, the only proof you can have in science is mathematical proof. But like, you can call it proof. I'll call it preponderance of evidence. I'm just very careful about the word proof, and it's just I'm being anal retentive. So, but I think you and I are on the same page. So I don't want to belabor this point because I think you and I are in a complete agreement. I just don't like using the word proof. Okay, if that's okay.
Got a question for you.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So what came first, math or language?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think, well, math is just basically our understanding of nature So, being that math is man's understanding. I mean, like the actual concepts have existed since time began. Math is basically a systemized. I think probably language would have to come first. I don't know. That's a good question. I've never been asked that.
Yeah. So when I was taught my first words, mommy, daddy, it wasn't 1, 2. It was mommy and daddy.
Right. But you could go out and count the sheep on your fingers before you learn to speak. And if you were a caveman, with no communication, you'd be able to count the sheep in the pen on your fingers. So you could
right.
It's interesting.
But
It's an interesting concept.
That's very silly, because you knew who your mom was and your dad was, right? Or you knew who your mom was. We'll just say like so.
I find flatter math point reasonable for real. I find it reasonable.
I know. Wait. It's very fair. But you didn't call mom 1, 2.
Well, but what if I didn't have language?
You said mom.
Well, what if before I said one, mom? Or what if there are people who, for example, go back to caveman times. Go back to caveman times. There's no established language.
We're talking about right now on the ground where you stand upon.
Oh, of course. I learned to say mom before I learned to say, I learned to count. Sure.
1.
But,
yeah. Cool.
But so, your question was not about today. Your question was which existed first, math or language. You could argue that math existed first if somebody had to count how many sheep were in the pen, and they were cavemen.
And I'm definitely okay. I can't distinguish what sheep is my mom, but hold up, I do know my mom.
Hopefully none of them.
I'm just saying this is what you're bringing us to. So let's just stick straight forward. You knew who your mom was. You didn't count her as 1. You said mom.
Where's the separation between math and language? Is it one language? Where does that divide happen?
The divide has already happened because you're able to speak language to the person, ma. Now, when you get into maths, now you got to distinguish right and wrong. Number 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's distinguished.
I gotta go. Good night, everybody. Merry Christmas. Boom.
Good night. Thank you, Jose. Merry Christmas, bro.
Right, Jose.
Cheers for popping over. Happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Jose. I still like you, even though you banned me.
But it's this distinguished across the board. It's not 1, that's mom. 2, that's dad. No, it's ma, dad. Indistinguishable. You can't try to finagle it in. Numbers came after language.
Oh, okay. I'll grant you your point. So where are you going with this? I mean, it's a fun topic, but where are you going with this?
It's straightforward. It's not going anywhere. It's distinguished across the board. Like let's see, straight line. A straight line can't be curved and be straight at the same time, right?
This is true.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. It's put forward straight, hot and cold.
That's
hot.
subjective.
That's cold.
What if I draw a straight line on a piece of paper and then roll it up into a cylinder?
Yeah, well, it only is straight, when unrolled. But you could say, hey, I've got this rolled up piece of paper on which I drew a straight line, and I mean, you could play word games with that about whether the line is genuinely straight. You're like, I say it's straight, and you're like, well, I say it's curved. You're like, well, how do we find out? Well, you have to unroll the paper to find out, So you can kind of have fun with that. It sounds like a TikTok challenge, for some kids challenging his parents, but with something. And they end up with the $20.
We ain't no kids around. We ain't no kids around here. Straightforward. Shoot you in your face. Show you what it is. A straight line. That's all I'm asking.
But I do think it's very interesting the discussion around around sextants and about whether or not they could be used, and somebody keeps saying, well, you can't have a curved adjacent, and it's like, well, you can't call it a right triangle, that's for sure. So
yeah, you can't even have an adjacent. That's one of the arguments that we've said.
So,
I've also
I'm
heard
gonna
that.
work on a video for that, but we don't have to talk about that now because it is Christmas Eve and maybe Christmas for some people. I guess
Yeah.
Is it Christmas already? I guess probably.
You guys
Eastern
are
Europe?
taking the position that you can't fulfill the triangle, can you?
Well, I would argue that doesn't have a triangle at all. But anyway, we don't have to talk about that here because I'm new. I'm the guest, and so I don't want to.
There's
push
no
things.
argument. There's no argument, right? We've said all along. Whenever anybody came to us, you can't do anything with an angle, right? It's basic geometry. If all that you have is one angle, that's it. So I think we're on the same page.
Yeah. But if you have an angle and you have additional information, well, then maybe you could do something useful.
Not much geometrically, though, right?
No. When I said additional information, meaning like for example, land navigation. Literally the phrase triangulation. So you lay a map out and you see there's a lighthouse. That's marked on your map, and you also see there's a peak, and then you measure the angle between the mountain and the peak from where you're standing, and if the wherever it matches, you kind of can get a good position of yourself on the map.
Vertical angles to a mountain.
Hello, Beth. Beth.
Yes, sir.
When you make that video, I'd like to see you and Bev do a tango about how you're gonna make this out for that video.
He's already making his own video. It's like the hot topic. Everybody's
it is the hot topic, and I haven't produced much content in a while. In fact, I've only done a couple of live streams. I haven't produced any videos, but what am I trying to say? I know everyone's jumping on it, but the thing is, I'm not a geometry teacher this year, but I've been a geometry teacher, and there's an interesting concept called proving congruent triangles, and there's that word proof, and it's fascinating because you can have two triangles that look the same, but mathematically you can't prove them to be congruent if you don't have enough information, and so there's a list of things. Yeah, sure.
Let him finish, Redman. Go on.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no. So I just very, very quickly. So if you know an angle and a side, like let's say here's a 60-degree angle and here's a 3-inch side, and the other triangle has a 60-degree angle and a 3-inch side, you cannot prove those two triangles are congruent. That is not enough information. They look the same, but you can't prove them to be the same. You need more information. So I think that the whole concept of the curved adjacent is like, well, what information do we have? Yes, it's not a right triangle. You have a curved adjacent, so it's not a right triangle. What information do we have, and what conclusions can we draw? That's where I'm going to go with the video, because I haven't heard anybody talk about that. They talk about the sextant, they talk about the horizon, they talk about this, that, the other, and I don't think anyone's talked about, what can you actually determine in the same vein of congruent triangles as a geometry teacher would do.
Did you say then it is a curved adjacent?
Yeah, well, you don't call it an adjacent because adjacent is a term that's used in right triangle trigonometry. So, but yeah, you have this quote unquote curved adjacent. So it's a not triangle. It's something that looks kind of like a triangle where one of the lines is curved. So it's not a triangle. It's not a right triangle. But you can do something useful with that piece of information. That's my point. So even though there's a curve involved, you can do something useful with that information. So
nice.
That's where I'm going to go with the video, because I haven't heard anybody talk about that.
No, I haven't either. And you
So
say
I'm hoping the video will be helpful.
To teach geometry.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite subjects to teach. But second only to algebra. I love teaching algebra. This year I'm teaching more of a financial literacy course, actually, I'm taking it into the realm of economics. I'm teaching supply and demand and revenue curves and expense curves and profit and loss.
Sounds
It's all
different.
good. Yeah, it's all good. But, I really appreciate the conversation here. I was asked some interesting questions about math and language, so you guys seem like you're a good
crew. We can go
crew.
way deeper than that. You've been helpful. Really helpful. We are trying to find that. Did you hear the bit where we were saying we're after the Bitcoin?
Oh, right, the Bitcoin. And I think somebody was making the point, I don't know if it was Jose or somebody else, about like, a video game token or something. Like you go into a video arcade and they give you tokens. Well, Bitcoin like literally started out as like a real world token in a game where $1 could buy 1 Bitcoin, and you could use that Bitcoin to buy, like skins for your character. People always want to buy skins. They want their character to look different than everyone else's character. So you can buy an on-game T-shirt or something, and you had to pay 1 Bitcoin. Well, how do you get a Bitcoin? You pay $1. And so that was literally the start of Bitcoin. It was 1 Bitcoin for $1. And I think, as I checked, it was like $40,000. $40,000 for 1 Bitcoin. So it's like if you just bought 100 Bitcoins.
Hear that story? I'm just curious. Where did you hear that story that the initial price of Bitcoin was $1 and it was an in-game token?
I don't remember. I think it was a video where somebody was talking about the history of crypto, but it wasn't. It was a casual conversation. So please don't place any stock in what I just said. That's just what I heard, and it could have been.
Yeah,
it could have been just a couple
fallacious.
of guys talking.
Yeah, it's completely fallacious.
Okay, then I retract everything that I just said. What was the start of? Do you know?
It was designed. It was started by a paper by a guy named Hitoshi Nakamura, something like that. Basically, a proof of concept for creating a non-fungible token that could be used basically to replace a store of wealth like gold. And the initial price was in the tenths of a penny, hundredths of a penny, and it started trading. I don't even remember the initial year. I mean, I remember starting hearing about it in 2011, but it had nothing to do with in-game buying of skins. I mean, that's just completely apocryphal.
Okay. Then I do appreciate you setting me straight on that, because here I am spreading this story like it's the truth, even though I just heard it from a guy. Heard it from a guy on the internet. So, is your name Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
Sweet. So can we get to the proof part, right? Because I think I heard you say earlier you don't think there's such a thing as proof. So
Not in the physical world.
Well, what's when Dave's putting it out there? Then, like, what's that? Like, how's that going to be achieved? Do you not think that Dave might not have a proof, right? Or you can't give one to him? What we've designed anyway. What we've found out is that proof is personal, right? So it sounds like that you personally don't think that a proof is obtainable for you.
Only theoretical. No, I mean, I would say that I'm as 100% certain as you can be, while acknowledging that we could be living in a simulation. I mean, I don't personally believe we're living in a simulation. So yeah, I could take the evidence and say, this is what I believe, or it's 100% proof for me, even though technically we could be living in a simulation, which I don't believe. So,
well, yeah, I don't. Being in a simulation has never come to me as a thought, right? So I actually have proof. So
all right. So, and YouTube in the YouTube chat, it says he doesn't have any proof that I'm a teacher. Well, you can Google my name and you'll find you'll find my page on
it's a
on
very
my current
subject
current school
doing here.
Yeah,
because I mean, some people may say that that's doxing.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm not gonna. And the thing is, and there've been some nasty individuals Like for example, is it conspiracy cats, or it's one of those guys who is actually in fact a teacher, and there is a prominent person I'm not going to name who basically out and out calls this person a pedophile. Well, you could literally lose your teaching certificate, if that accusation gets repeated enough
he's
times.
He's not really a teacher, though, is he?
Well, I think Conspiracy Cats, I believe, is a middle school teacher.
I think he's got a YouTube character that pretends he's a school teacher. Or the YouTube character Conspiracy Cats says he's a teacher.
No, the actual person, the actual person who calls himself Conspiracy Cats is as far as I've ever interacted with
these YouTube characters say a lot of things, and they're just YouTube characters, right?
Yeah, well, Flat Earth Math is a YouTube character as well, but I'm actually a person. I'm actually a real person. I'm not a bot.
I'm saying, like, we're just here having a chat, right? I'm not talking about other people or anything. We're the ones that are having a chat, and we're talking about proof.
Yeah. So and the thing is, with regards to the shape of the Earth, the evidence that I've collected is definitely proof for me.
I know you're called Flat Earth Math, right? But
yeah,
we're not talking about that.
Okay.
Right? We're talking about proof.
Yeah. I just go back to either preponderance of evidence or like what does it take? Like, for example, when I had my conversion experience where I changed from being an atheist to being a believer, that was a very personal experience, but if, I've told it, I've described it to somebody and they're like, well, you were just hallucinating. So it certainly wasn't proof for them. So
yeah, so that's a personal, like, we all have personal proofs, but like we say, and I don't think that's one of the constituents, right? I think one of the constituents of a proof is that you have to be able to give it to somebody else, and they've got to be able to repeat it and verify it to be able to take it on as their own.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point, and so the replicability is a really big part of science. I don't know if you remember cold fusion. I think it was like in the late 1980s.
Is proof in science?
Well, no. People use the word proof, but they use it a little bit, casually. But
we're just talking about the concept of proof. In order for us to gain the Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Don't worry about the method or the process of whatever. But we're just trying to gain as many people's opinions of what proof is.
Yeah.
Because I know that when we talk to Dave, he's going to be in the same position you're in right now, like wondering what is it? We want to try and help him. We want to try and help everybody, right?
Right.
In order for us to gain proofs, first off, we all have to be able to understand what a proof is. And if nobody knows what a proof is, I mean, how are you meant to give that to somebody else?
So here's a thought, and this is really part of why I shy away from the word proof. It's like, think about a court of law where you've got a prosecution arguing one thing, defense arguing the opposite thing. Then they take it to the jury, and then the jury brings back a verdict, and somebody says, we've proven that John Smith was a murderer. And it's like, well, no, he was found guilty by a jury, but like, you could say the preponderance of evidence was that he was a murderer, but like, do you see what I'm saying? You could, but what if the jury came back, the hung jury, like there was the one lone holdout that wouldn't convict. And so
that's not a proof for anything.
No, right. But I mean, but do you see what I'm saying? It's like, whether you're convincing somebody or not is
I think you're missing the point.
Okay.
This is why he's asking you a proof for yourself, not John, Peter, and Paul, or Tyrone. A proof for yourself.
Yeah, I
don't want to put you under pressure, right? I mean, this is like I don't want to put you under pressure and make you feel like this, because, like I said, when I know that when we have this conversation with Dave as well, he's not going to know, because that is one of the first things that we learned whenever we started asking people. Nobody knows. Everybody's been in this conversation for years, asking each other for proof of something. And nobody's got a clue what a proof is. It's really weird.
But on a personal level, you know, you go to a restaurant and you order food, and it's like, but no one's proven that the food is not poisoned. You know, you just, so, you know, I mean, you could put together in your mind, you're like, all right, if they're serving poisoned food, then people will have died before I walked into the restaurant.
Wow.
So since people haven't died before I walked in,
way over the board.
Yeah. It was just a basic proof.
Yeah. I just shy away from the word proof. I mean, you say preponderance of evidence, you say evidence, you say convincing. You know, I'm convinced by the evidence. You know, yeah.
He took it to the extreme.
It's interesting. It's an interesting concept. So, who is thank you. You mentioned Dave. Who is this person, Dave? And what's the topic?
Deep inside the rabbit hole.
Oh, Dave! Right.
Yeah,
Because he's offered that challenge.
David Weiss. Yeah.
David Weiss. Yes, I've had several interactions with him years back.
Because I have heard of Evidence Mountain. That's a huge, great big thing of the globe. And you said proof is the preponderance of evidence. Now, if all Dave requires is proof of globe and there is preponderance of evidence, just point us to Evidence Mountain and we will display that to Dave and we'll get our Bitcoin. Sweet Bitcoin.
Okay. Now I completely missed the part about the challenge. Yes. Okay. So what's going to be proof in this situation to get those 3 Bitcoins is you're going to have to change his mind. And the bad news is his mind will not be changed. There is no amount of globe evidence that will change his mind.
What do you mean? He's asking for proof. That's why we're after trying to find out what proof is.
Right, but you could give him evidence all day, every day, and he will not change his mind.
He's asking for proof.
Yeah, right. But I mean, but proof is in the eye of the beholder. Okay, like
that's beauty.
For example,
that's beauty.
Well, maybe he should define proof because he's coming up with all kind of.
So you know, people say, you know, that they have proof for. I mean, I don't know. Pick a conspiracy theory. You know, you know, they have proof for X, Y, Z. Let's have chemtrails.
Let's have something that's real. Like, if you got proof for, I don't know, what would you have proof for? You've done geometry.
Well, you know, what I argue on my channel is that anybody who goes outside and makes careful measurements can figure out the shape of the Earth, and then that's, you know, you can figure out 1,000 pieces of evidence. You know,
you got measurements for that? I like to see.
So, you know, the one thing that I point to, I mean, if I only have time to point to one thing.
Careful measurements of the Earth.
No. Just of what you see in the sky, because of course, if you look at the Earth looks flat. Right, the Earth looks flat.
No, you put measurements of the Earth, right? Surely.
Okay, but if the
geometry,
if the possibility is that the Earth is a planet with 25,000 miles circumference, if you're not talking about using a theodolite over many miles distances, it's very, very hard to measure the Earth. The Earth looks flat. The Earth appears flat. Water appears flat. The horizon appears flat.
Let me ask you a question.
You didn't let me get my one piece of evidence out. Can I get the? All right,
okay.
Please ask. Go ahead. Ask your question.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so my one piece of evidence is on the day of the equinox, and this is the one thing I showed on my channel. On the day of the equinox, where the sun is up for approximately 12 hours, pretty close. That means that you're seeing exactly half of the day-night circuit. You know, like whenever the sun does, you're seeing half of it. But if you put out a sundial, or if you just point to it in the sky, the sun travels in a ruler straight path, from due east, due west. And you could show it with a sundial. You can mark the shadows, and you could put a ruler up against it. It is perfectly straight, and that represents half of a day-night cycle. And that's evidence to me that there's no way the sun is going in a circle above a flat plane.
Okay.
Doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, but it does show that the Earth is not traveling in a circle above a plane.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Something in the sky doesn't determine what the ground is.
If you use a little bit of logic, a little bit of common sense. I mean, the argument is you can't look at the shape of the ceiling to figure out the shape of the floor. I get that. But if you carefully study the sky, you can figure out that the sky is not a flat or even a dome. The sky is not, the sky.
Nobody ever said that.
Clearly wraps around us.
Nobody ever said that.
Well, so way back in the day, my understanding is like the ancient, Aztecs believed in a flat Earth with a spherical dome of stars.
Who you're speaking to now?
Well, no. But
are you speaking to them, or are you speaking on history?
Yeah, well, no. But the reason why the flat Earth
his own beliefs, right? Don't let him go. He feels comfortable at the minute. He was
no. But seriously, the reason why, and it was in the I don't know, the late 1800s.
Merry Christmas.
All right, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
That they came up with the sun traveling in a circle above a flat plane. The way that came about is because they acknowledged that the same time that somebody is experiencing day on one side of the Earth, somebody's experiencing night on the other side. So they had to keep the sun above the disk of the Earth all the time. Before, the ancients believed in a flat Earth. The sun actually revolved around a hula hoop. It went down, it went under, and it came back up the other side. But they had to change that model as soon as they found out that you could, half of the world was experiencing night at the same time as the other half of the world was experiencing day. So that's the thing about that equinox. It's like if you're seeing 12 hours of the sun and it's traveling in a straight line, then that's indication of something. It doesn't necessarily mean we're living on a globe, but it definitely means what we're not living on. At least to my perspective.
Did you say traveling in a straight line?
Well, the straight path in the sky.
It's okay. Yeah, I like it. That sounds interesting. But we were talking about proof. Like, I don't really want to go too far into the geometry and the logic and all of that, because we've got to have somewhere to start off at. This is one of the first things we said. Like, in order for us to go forward, like we are gonna hopefully do. There's no model. Like, that's one of the things that I've never had, which probably makes me different. But there's other people like me also don't have a model, and that's sort of freeing in a way to like not have to consider a model and try and work it around what you see, right? So
it's not globe versus flat for you. It's not globe ? Or
no, it's
something like that.
It's prove reality. What can you prove in reality? What can you prove to yourself in reality? That's what we're doing here, right? That's all we're after. Just, there's only one reality. We both live on it. Forget about the model. Let's just prove reality. Like, there's no need for anybody to be fighting against anybody else. That circular argument that's been going for years is ridiculous. Gets nobody anywhere.
Now, I guess it really is a matter of science and whether and the thing is, science has been corrupted in recent I will say the last 18 months, and I won't say anything further. Just please understand that I go against the vast majority of the establishment on this, and I'm not gonna say specifically what I'm talking about. But the last 18 months, we all know what's been going on. I go against how science has been corrupted in that. But say before the last 18 months, when science was less corrupted, like I didn't invent the periodic table, but I can certainly use the periodic table if I'm doing a chemistry problem. I don't need somebody to say, well, you didn't prove the periodic table. It's like, well, it's a tool, and I know the tool came about over hundreds of years of work by chemists, so I'm happy to use their labor and use this tool. But so at some point you can kind of accept what's gone before without it being like a religious thing. Like, the periodic table isn't on an altar somewhere or people worshiping chemistry. It's science. It's just pure science. And if you disagree with something, you can go into a chemistry lab and you can figure it out yourself. But there's just so much history to that science that may be kind of a fool's errand. But people discover new stuff all the time, so it's part of the nature of science.
Is that proof you've gone from proof into science to find your proof, or we're just trying to understand the basic concept of what a proof is and how you will give that to somebody else.
Yeah, well, and I would argue that you can't give a proof to somebody else, but you can only attempt to convince them and hope they are convinced by your evidence / argument, and which is never going to happen in the case of David, because
we don't know what he wants yet. So I mean, this conversation that we're having now, we're going to have with him to find out what he wants as a proof.
Yeah, well, my understanding, and I could be wrong about this, but my understanding is that he's a solar installer. He's in the business, or at least he was 3 years ago, in the business of installing or selling solar panels for solar electricity.
Dude, I don't care. The 3 Bitcoin and the proof. That's it, really.
But one of the primary tools in the toolbox of a solar installer is an extremely deep knowledge of exactly what the sun does in the sky every day, throughout the 4 seasons, and that information right there shows that the Earth cannot be the shape that he believes it is.
I don't know.
So his own career doesn't change his mind.
Interesting that you've gone by the name Flat Earth Math, right? Now, there's a guy called PhD Tony that called Euclidean geometry flat Earth geometry. Like, is that why you're called Flat Earth Math?
And I hope I don't really lose everyone's respect, but when I was naming my channel, when I was first inventing my YouTube channel, I wanted a name that had the word flat Earth in it, because I wanted flat earthers to be interested in what I had to say. Like, I didn't want it to be like, oh, Mr. Globe Earth Charles, I wanted it because, and my initial videos were like, if you watch my initial,
the Globe Earth one is embarrassing, right?
No.
For
if
to
you
be
watch
an
my initial
adult and
videos,
to be going like, yay, Globe. Like,
if you watch my initial videos, in fact, all the videos in my Flat Earth Experiment series, I never ever say what I personally believe the shape of the Earth is. I try to get people to get outside, make measurements of nature, make careful measurements of nature, and then figure out for themselves. So I wanted to name my channel in such a way that it was kind of agnostic. So I do use math. I do explore the flat Earth debate. Like flat Earth debate with math. I mean, that could have been a longer title. So yeah, and I've got a lot of really good feedback from people. It is tough. It is tough to if somebody believes the Earth is one shape, it's really tough to change their mind. So yeah, it's interesting.
Right. So you say that you do careful measurements of nature.
Yes. Yes. Sun, moon, and stars.
Do you go for the drop of the water?
No, because I don't have the equipment for that.
Or do you go for the hump?
Well, both apply. The hump is impossible to measure. But yeah, the hump can be shown. Also known as the sagitta. You could show it on a diagram, but that would be impossible. Impossible to measure.
What do you mean impossible to measure?
Oh, we're talking about basically something that is underneath the surface, either underneath the surface of the Earth or underneath the surface of the water. So, like for example, there is a lighthouse across, say, a 6 mile wide bay, and you see the light on the lighthouse, but you can't see the ground the lighthouse is planted on. You can't see the foundation of the lighthouse. So if you're standing on the far shore and you say, okay, I'm going to, shoot a laser at the bottom of the lighthouse. Well, that laser is going to go through, 6 miles of water because you're going through the hump of water. And so it's like, oh, how are you going to make any measurements of that? So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier to think about the drop, the curvature drop. I don't talk about that on my channel because, very few people own a theodolite. I get people to make measurements that they can do, spending a couple bucks, buy a yardstick from Home Depot and get some aluminum foil and cardboard box,
Nice. Well, we've got a test in nature that you might be interested in. I mean, it's Christmas time now, right?
Sure.
So it has actually just turned Christmas time in the UK.
Merry Christmas to you.
Yes, Merry Christmas to everyone, not just turned, but. So I mean, like, it's sometime if you want to go over that. I mean, that'd be fucking great. If you want to go over the test that we've got.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm interested in anything, and
I'm interested in achieving the impossible.
Right, but
we do daily.
The reason why I steer away from measurements on the ground is because they are logistically very, very difficult and often very expensive. Like you could go across a canal, a 6 mile canal, and you could use laser beams and telescopes and stuff and theodolites. But, that's why anybody can look up. Literally anywhere you live in the world, you could look up, and with a couple dollars and tools, you can actually make some measurements. But I'm interested in your test. So if you want to share it now, that's fine. If another time would make more sense because it is Christmas, I'm happy to talk another time.
Yeah, because we're trying to get everybody to work through from the beginning, right? This is our starting afresh.
Yeah.
And we're going forward. So in order for us to get everybody with us, and it's Christmas, so we just want to deal with proof. I mean,
yeah, it's tough because and the thing is, I'll be very honest. There was something I just learned just the other day that I hadn't learned before. Oh, about anticyclones. So it's like I appreciate the flat Earth debate because I've learned more math and science participating in this debate that I have in the previous 10 years of school. So that's why I'm here. Is because I love a good challenge. For example, I didn't know about how a sextant works. Now I know how a sextant works. I learned something new. I'm happy about that. So, yeah. So and when people come up with, oh, here's a challenge, and it's like, oh, that sounds interesting. Let's work this thing out. So I'm always in search for new things. I don't know. Do you guys remember John LeBon? His channel is more about conspiracies and stuff now, but
no, I don't.
Yeah, he ran this thing called the Ball Earth Skeptic Roundtable, and I believe if I'm not mistaken, David Weiss was on his panel. It was a handful of people who were flat earthers. John LeBon always sort of presented himself as a not glober or a not heliocentric, like he didn't believe we were moving and spinning.
believe he is a geocentric globe earther is if I just connected the dots. But anyway, John LeBon, he had a podcast. It was a 3-hour long podcast. They had 13 episodes, and it was called the Ball Earth Skeptic Roundtable. And I'm telling you, I listened to every hour, every minute of that show in search of some kind of piece of evidence that would challenge the globe. And there was none. I mean, there were a lot of misunderstandings, but yeah, but I'm always in search of, I'm always in search of a good challenge.
The model's deep in you, right?
Well, the thing is, I didn't. Let me put it to you this way: before I participated in the globe or in the flat Earth debate, I knew the Earth was a globe only because I was told. Right? I knew the Earth was a globe because I was told. It's in the little science textbooks. I believed in the space program, but it wasn't until I actually got outside and started making my evidence that I proved it for myself. That what I was told was real. Then? The word proof is very touchy. I proved it to myself.
There's 3 Bitcoin in it, right?
But the thing is, like telling David Weiss that the sun travels a straight path in the sky on the equinox is not going to convince him. Right. So that invalidates the model he believes in. Sorry?
Like if you can get to the essence of what the constituent parts of your proof is, and then if he agrees to them, then you can match it up, surely. I mean...
Yeah, well... basically, it's just about every piece of evidence that I've seen that has been carefully collected. Now, the thing is, there's a lot of evidence that is prone to error, which is why I'm not really a big fan of looking across the body of water, shooting a laser beam across a body of water, because there's so much refraction at play, and everyone acknowledges refraction, so that messes up your readings. So I shy away from that, but. When you look up, but you have to know a little bit of geometry, and people get confused by 3D geometry. So yeah, it's tough, but I don't think he's going to be convinced. I mean, I think the essence of the word proof is you have to convince somebody, and I don't think he's going to be convinced by any kind of evidence that me or anybody else would be able to give.
I reckon I could prove to him it's not flat.
Yeah, I think well, I don't know, because I think he's a true believer. I really do. I think and I've talked with Jeranism. I talked with Bob Nodal. He and I've talked a bunch of times. I think these guys are true, genuine believers. And so
yeah, but I'm absolutely 100% sure that I could prove to David Weiss that it is not flat, because it is not flat. It's provably not flat. So I can definitively say I could prove to David Weiss that it is not flat.
So when you say not flat, you're not meaning in the jokey sense about, we have hills and mountains and valleys. You mean that do you believe that the Earth is not more in the shape of a pizza than it is in the shape of a basketball? Because I think weren't you saying you don't have a model?
I would go through the process.
Okay.
Of my process of going through what a proof is, and by defining everything that I would be using, and then stating a method to prove it's not flat, and then saying therefore it is not flat, and I'm pretty 100% certain that David Weiss would go, yeah, I agree.
Interesting.
That certain am I of my proof. But I mean, why would I want to give that to you? Hey, there might be Bitcoin in it.
No, I prefer to earn my pay. So yeah. Though I guess if I got the Bitcoin, I could always give it to a charity. But yeah, I've seen so many of these challenges where somebody puts a bunch of money on the line,
like there was that $100,000 challenge, and then a bunch of Globers, met the challenge, and then the person just, changed the rules and disappeared. And, there's a lot of that has gone on in the past, say, 4 years. So that's why I don't really put a whole lot of stock.
Yeah. Yeah, all of that fraud and all of that. I mean, it's bad.
Right. So I have had a couple challenges on my channel. They've been to the tune of like $100. So for example, and this was 3 years ago, but I basically took a photo. This was like with my cell phone camera. I took a photo. I saw the moon, the daytime moon, and a rainbow. Okay, I'd never seen that before. It was fortunate I had my cell phone. I took a picture of it, and then what I did is I covered over the moon with a series of circles, so you couldn't really you couldn't see the moon. You knew where the moon was in the picture, and I challenged people, tell me, knowing only that I took this in April of, say, 2017 or something, knowing only the month and the day, or a month and the year, can you tell me what the phase of the moon was, the orientation of the moon, how big the moon was in the sky, and even the time of day that I took the photo? Like I had all these pick questions, and I actually had people using the globe Earth model figure out, using the clues in the photo, if they were able to figure it out, and I gave away $100. So that was kind of fun. I did have one flat earther enter the challenge, but they got half the questions wrong. But
I'm not bothered about the models. I mean, why does the models of the people involved in your challenge make any difference to?
I was interested to see if somebody could use the geometry. If someone could use the geometry to figure out for example, if I give you a photo and
Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean geometry does include 3D space. I mean, 3D space is in Euclidean.
Book 11, yeah, solid geometry. I used to do surveying. I've got a qualification in it.
Oh, you've done surveying. My father was a bit of a surveyor in college. I mean, he was still studying for his engineering degree, but no, so you know the tools. I mean, you know your way around a theodolite. So
you just use the auto level.
Okay. But the thing and I know you say you don't subscribe to a model, but the thing that's interesting in the flat Earth community is, folks cannot agree on whether the moon is even lit by the sun, which is, that's kind of an important truth in trying to figure out, the Earth, the moon, the sun, the solar system.
Oh no, some people think it's a big floaty rock.
Yeah. Or made of cheese, or whether it's self-illuminated, or whether it charges up half the month and then it discharges the other half of the month. And I've heard all the stories, but the only way you could have won my challenge is if you knew that the moon was actually being lit by the sun, because that's the only way of figuring out the phase of the moon, and then actually the time of day. So,
you need to know why the moon phases happen to know what the moon phases are.
Yeah, I would think that's kind of important. Well, I mean, you could name them in a book. You could say, I could point to a picture where it looks like a half circle, and I could say that's a quarter moon. You don't need to know how the moon phase happens to call that a quarter moon.
What about even to know when and where it's going to happen, right? I don't need to know why the moon phases happen at my house at this time of day to know that they do, right?
Sure. And you could make an argument that if you have a pattern, you say it's a 28-day cycle, then you could probably predict, okay, we're going to have a full moon 28 days after the last full moon, and you don't have to know anything about how it happens to make that kind of prediction. Sure.
So let's say I had the pattern, right? Could I fake like I knew the reason? Like if you know the pattern, let's say you didn't know the pattern, right? Like in the ancient times, if I knew an eclipse was going to happen and the people didn't because of the pattern, I would seem like I had some kind of superior knowledge, right?
Only a lunar eclipse, though. That the lunar eclipses happen every 6 months.
Saros cycles, right?
Well, it's the the ascending the nodes cross the where the plane anyway it happens
Yeah,
twice a year.
it's a pattern. Yeah, it's a pattern.
But what there isn't a pattern, this is where, and I think if I know where you're going, this is where the argument falls apart, is in solar eclipses, because solar eclipses do not follow a pattern. They happen in eclipse season, and eclipse season is every 6 months. So that's when you have the possibility of a solar eclipse. But like a total solar eclipse, it's somewhere on the Earth, and I don't know enough astronomy to be able to predict when, or where, but the astronomers can predict where and when. So, for example, here I live in the United States. I live in Pennsylvania, and so I've never seen a complete solar eclipse. I've seen a partial eclipse from Pennsylvania, but I've never seen a complete solar eclipse, and I don't know when the last time a complete solar eclipse has happened. Maybe over 100 years in Pennsylvania. So if I was in ancient times and I had a Pennsylvania kingdom, I would not be able to predict solar eclipse. But I would be able to predict lunar eclipses because they happen every 6 months.
Okay, but a pattern is like so if the pattern repeats, right? It's not like you don't need to know why it happens.
This is yes. If the pattern repeats, then you don't need to know why. Yes.
So that's almost like everything. Because when you see something happen, do you see it happen or do you see why it happens?
Oh, well, of course, you just see it happen. I mean, it's like, if you ever go to theater, you go backstage and you're like, wow, all this stuff is just canvas and plywood, and it looks so real when you're in the audience,
So how can anyone know why something happens if you only see it happen? Where does that information of why come from?
So, well, by testing things out, by proposing ideas and then sort of testing them out. Like, for example, the interplay. I mean, this is something that I've really learned a whole lot about, is the interplay of the sun, the moon, and the Earth. Especially, like the tilt of the Earth and how that messes things up. And so you could say, like for example, I've literally made a prediction, and this is something that I've never heard anybody on, say, the flat Earth side or anybody who disbelieves in the globe, they can't say anything to this. I predicted, even though I have never ever studied the elevation of the moon, meaning how high the moon is in the sky. I've never measured it. I've never looked it up in a table. I've never read it. I've never heard anybody talk about it. Okay, that's my starting point. But knowing what I know about the heliocentric model, I predicted the location of the moon on the December solstice. This was actually 3 years ago. I actually did this in a live stream. I mentioned this in a live stream. I literally came up with this idea. Knowing what I know about the heliocentric model, I predicted, and I was right. I was right. So it's like there was no pattern.
Okay, but when you are predictions knowing what's going to happen or why it's happening?
Well, the reason why I was able to know what's going to happen is because I knew the why.
Okay,
it
but
would be really hard for me to predict. No.
Didn't you just say that? Didn't you just say not 2 minutes ago, or what? We don't see why things happen.
Sure. If you take a picture of something, you don't see the why behind it, but that doesn't mean that you're walking in with a blank slate. Yeah,
well, you see what happened, right? But so now, again, I'm like, if we're in agreement that we only see what happens. We'll never see why it happens.
Well,
but then, hold on, but then, wait, but then you say, but I know why it's going to happen, which is why I can make predictions. And I'm going, but that just goes against everything you just said.
Okay, so we're talking about two different situations. One is if you, tabula rasa, blank slate. So you step out on the street corner, you see a car crash into a fire hydrant. Okay, so that just happened. You could describe it. You could say that you don't know if the brakes failed. You don't know if the driver had a heart attack. You don't know if somebody got shot. You don't know if it was a flat tire. Okay, you just saw it happen. Now, let's not talk about that one instance. Let's talk about something that's happened many, many, many times. And I do have to cut this conversation off because my wife's signaling me. So for example, the moon rising and the sun rising and the moon being in the sky, like that's not something that just happened with no prior knowledge, right? So I'm able to make a prediction if I know if I know the model, I can make the prediction. It's not that I just stumbled upon this. But I need to step away for 30 seconds because my wife's signaling me. Okay, I'll be right back. 30 seconds.
Sweet. Yeah, stop pressuring him, guys. Come on. You know what it's like on those other channels. It gets tough, right? This is one of the toughest places to talk because we get.
Yeah, no, this is, you want to, like, what do you know and how do you know it? And that's one of the hardest things to answer is how do you know something?
Yeah, but I mean, like pressuring people, it isn't going to get that right. So
I hope I'm not trying.
Yeah. I know. But you know, you've got a lot to pull back. This is right to hand in reality, right? Not right to hand fighting with people and getting kicked out of somewhere, right? It's cool.
Yeah. No, I can.
It.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh, okay. I'm back.
And I say I'm hoping that Dave's taking notice of this as well because we've been doing this proof thing for a few days, and there's not many people wanting to, you know, like for all of that evidence and stuff. I would have thought. I mean, like, is it because you don't have a trust of him or something? Do you think he's not going to accept your proof?
Yeah, no, I think he's not going to accept any evidence I gave him because, like, I've watched Globebusters, you know, so many times where it's like if you show actual evidence of the space program, of the ISS, of whatever, you know, they just dismiss
the same
it.
People, he's a different person, right? Globebusters is somebody else, right? I don't think.
He was on Globebusters at least 3 years ago. He was on there. He was in that crew. So it's
like a load of people. Like this is just one guy on his own, right? Do you not think that you could convince one guy?
No, because I know that he hasn't been convinced by all the evidence that has been presented to him already.
Well, it might not have been presented by somebody as good as you, right? Could you not be that guy?
Just no, because what we're talking about is faith, and the thing is, I have a
faith. It's proof.
It's faith.
No, it's not.
Faith.
It's not nothing.
It's
proof has got nothing to do with faith at all.
It's the opposite, right? It's what separates faith from, you know, like God. If God was standing here next to us, talking and holding, we wouldn't need faith, right? That's okay. So there's proof, and then there's faith.
Right, but the thing is, if the proof is not convincing, the thing is, any piece of evidence can be dismissed. Any piece of evidence can be dismissed. Like, I could hand you $100 bill. You could say, thanks, that's $100. Or I could hand you a $100 bill, and you could examine it. You're like, you know what? This is counterfeit.
But I can't deny that you handed me a piece of fabric.
Right, and but you can deny that I gave you $100.
But we're not trying to establish what I can deny. We're trying to establish what we can prove. And we can prove that you handed me a piece of fabric. Now, whether that fabric is an actual $100 bill or not, that's irrelevant. Because we have the foundation of this material which we can then build on.
Right. But if the whole point behind me giving you the $100 is that you were going to hand me something of value, you know, and you determine it's a counterfeit, well, you know, you're not going to hand me the thing of value. And so the thing about David, if he just dismisses whatever proof you come up with, if he just says, I'm going to dismiss that, I don't believe it, you know, space is fake, the ISS doesn't exist, whatever, then you're left with nothing. Like, for example, if you hand somebody a $100 bill.
This is why we want him to agree what is a proof. That's why this is what this is. Like, Dave, $150,000. That's a lot of money. What are you going to accept? And we're not just going to blindly hand him something and hope he, goes, oh yeah. We're going to make him lay out the rules, and then we're going to bring it to him within those rules, so he can't say but.
That's a very good plan. That's a very, very good plan. I wouldn't get your hopes up if I were you. Okay.
If you know who I am,
I've seen this movie before. So yeah, I've definitely seen this before.
But in our defense, if we can be the people that brought the proof that made them go, whoa, I got to pull this challenge back. They're digging too hard. We're fine doing that. That means we got something. I mean, we know we do. Like, we know we got something that can do that. And right now, we're just we're taking it through its paces, and it's holding up pretty good.
So yeah, it's an interesting concept of what it takes to convince somebody. And the thing is, not that I want to keep talking about myself, but like, I was an atheist, but I was an open-minded atheist, right? I was an open-minded atheist, meaning I was a guy, I just didn't believe in God, but I didn't point my fingers at Christians and say, you're a bunch of idiots for worshiping a flying spaghetti monster. Because I think that's just rude. Like I don't think people should treat each other like that. And that's kind of the way I've tried to run my channel, is like, yeah, I know people believe the earth is flat, but I'm not going to call them an idiot. I'm not going to use profanity or insult them. Talk to them like real people. Even though I disagree with them about the shape of the earth. So when I was an atheist, I was an open-minded, kind-hearted atheist. And I had been presented with, like, I had something like 30 sets of missionaries try to convince me over a period of 7 years. Okay, that's a lot. And but it had to be personal. And what ended up converting me was my act of prayer. And then I had a transformative experience, which I won't talk about now. But it was very, very, very personal, and I was converted. So I have a fan in the chat, free WT. Apparently, he's not a big fan, but anyway. So it was personal for me, but it was like, you could say that all the missionaries presented the proof. 7 years of proof. None of that took hold. What took hold was personal. So, yeah, but it's fun. And yeah, I do have to go. My wife just cooked a Christmas ham, and so it's now ready. That's what that signal was. I do have to go. But I really appreciate talking with you folks. Sean, this is the first time I think you and I have ever spoken. So you seem to have a really razor sharp, logical mind. Bev, I really appreciate your line of questioning.
Don't forget about your debate channel, Sean.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, debate night. Yeah, I do a debate channel. I'm still waiting for that first debate, but debate night on YouTube. Yeah, you can stop on by and trying to put that logical mind on some other people.
Okay. So if anybody, if you could just shoot me in like an email, because I don't really know what this is that you're talking about, but if somebody could shoot me an email, flatearthmath@gmail. But I really appreciated talking with you guys. Very, very nice crew.
You'll be hearing a bit more about us. We'll have a word with Dave, and then if you want to be run through the proof that we've got before we give it to Dave, then see how it works with you.
And Bev, you did say that you had like a test that you wanted to propose to me. So it's like, I'm really fascinated about this. If you want to talk for like an hour, just you and me, I'm always open for guests on the civil discourse, and it's just a 1 hour chat, and we'll talk about anything. It's not a debate, but we can explore ideas in depth without any shouting, just kind of like what we had here.
Yeah.
So
that's what we do best.
All right, and ask and receive. You've been very, very, very kind. I really appreciate what you've done. So thank you all. I'm going to sign off now. Thank you for your kindness. Merry Christmas to everybody. I hope you have a wonderful time with your families.
Merry Christmas to you too.
All right, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Very nice chap. Very nice. I got a nice bit of promotion in there, Sean, too, as well. It's working well. I like it.
So I bet that's the first time someone said Sean Hawkins with a sharp
logical mind.
Bro, I'm gonna take that name and I'm gonna pull it out of the gutter and I'm gonna hold it up for the light in the world to see.
We'll get him that debate.
No, but that was good. Yeah, no, that was a very productive back and forth. I think you kind of see where you can kind of start seeing where the holes of proof and not being able to prove something are, and what do you do?
Yeah, how'd you even initiate the conversation? You could see like he was just pinging off in tangents every time you were to divert him back to the proof, and ping, talking about the
They always want
moon.
what you can prove, right? Like before we can talk about the what, proving China or proving God or whatever, let's just talk about how would we do that, right? Like that's always got started, and they love to just jump ahead. And I'm like, wait, how are we going to prove China? We haven't agreed on our method of proof yet. So,
yeah, that's one of the most interesting conversations. Like we're always after that simple one, how to get to the essence of whatever it is you're trying to deal at. And I'm pretty sure that this proof is where it's at, right? Because you don't need a model, you don't need anything. Just the concept of what would be accepted to start off with. Yeah, thanks, Matt. We'll get into that sometime. Would be good to have a conversation. Because, that's the first time I've ever heard of the actual curved adjacent. It's sort of as though it's been handed to him by someone, and he's picked it up and he's making a video about it. Thanks, people. I'm guessing there's a few people that have been guilty of that one, setting that one up. I don't know how long, whether it's worth us letting it happen and then undoing it, or it's already there in the minds of people anyway. I'm glad to be getting out of this arena. It was interesting though. So much. I could have gone on with doing the test and all of that, but Emma told us not to. And that was the Bob video. So we'll save it for another day, obviously, because of that reason. So, Merry Christmas, everyone. Christmas, you were a magic trick. A logic, you a magic trick. I think it's yeah, we're getting out of this arena because what we bring is it's too much for certain people, and you have to know at what point to disengage within this conversation, even when you're talking to new people. You've got to know at what point to disengage, and at the minute we're getting chased about all over the place, and certain people don't want to disengage with us, so we have to put it out there that we're not flat earthers, and the whole reason that we've been here is just to study how people react to each other. And we've found that there are some people who we have to disengage from because we're just having fun stating things and joking about, but some people take this stuff very seriously. We all live in reality, but some people imagine models and they really get defensive about a model. Overly defensive. Not everyone, but the majority of people. Oh, we're not going anywhere. We're going to carry on doing what we're doing. But we're just trying to disengage from the element that going mental. Like, I don't want to cause people to do that. Boom a crowd. Because, like, this Christmas especially, there's going to be hundreds of them. Well, hundreds. Let's say, how many people are there, like, in this arena, actually? The crazy ones that we keep talking to all of the time, they're all going to get a sextant and they're going to start proving globes with sextants. But everybody that we've talked to so far about proof has said that you cannot prove the shape of anything with a sextant. And they're right. But people are going to imagine all sorts because it's been sold to them. It's been purposely sold to them by a group of people that want to keep a narrative going round and round. They've been doing it for quite a while. And we don't fit that narrative, so I'm just going to have to step to the side and start saying, not me. A sextant just measures an angle. And that's it. You can't complete a triangle if you've just got one angle. You can add time to it, but there's nowhere involving time within geometry. You've still just got an angle. You can measure another angle, but then you've just got two angles of two different triangles. You've still got an angle. I'm sorry. At Christmas time, for the people that are going to be unwrapping their sextants, their Christmas sextants, good luck proving the globe, but I mean, may as well get your Bitcoin off Dave Weiss as well at the same time. That's what I'd say. How many people do you reckon are going to be out in the back garden with a little thing of water? Sighting from a tangent. Because there is a lot of people keep coming to talk to us about the sextant.
A lot of people are going to be looking for Polaris.
Do you reckon?
Oh, yeah.
This is the sun. Like, I've seen them doing it from the sun. Like, bouncing the sun off a tangent. A pool of water that's a tangent in the floor.
It's in the daytime, yeah. But in the nighttime, you was looking for Polaris.
Mm. Yeah, I reckon there's going to be a lot of people liking this sextant argument. But, I mean, I don't think we've ever really been involved in it. do enjoy this. The geometry argument is very, very simple. I mean, everybody that may be listening already knows, hopefully, how simple it is. Because if you come into the Discord, you'll definitely get a grip on how easy this is. But the globe literally isn't there. You can't prove it because you can't prove a fiction. Can't prove something that's not real. Otherwise, that Bitcoin would be gone.
Oh yeah, spoken for.
You realise that means that the people we've been dealing with haven't been the best the globe has to offer, right? They've just been the most model afflicted globers there are. That's all we're dealing with. The most model afflicted globe earth believers, adult boomer, usually globe
We
earth
got
believers.
supposed engineers, supposed doctors.
I mean,
Got a
one
whole
thing
bunch
in
of
common: they all probably watched the moon landings on TV when they were children. I think
got drilled into them young. Yeah,
Like Santa.
they saw it.
And Santa,
Yeah.
yeah. They probably saw Santa too, yeah.
Sat on his lap, got a picture taken.
No, in school, surely you must have had one. One of the kids actually saw Santa. Like, for reals. And it's like, yeah. Whatever. But yeah, there was always that one kid. Well, you know where they come from. So, yeah. The model that's not real only exists in a certain amount of people. And they're pretty triggered about it. And we have to just step away from it to deal with more the mental part of what's going on here. And that's like on an individual type thing. Can't really be done over a video because there's a lot of people get triggered just hearing it, and you can't give that out. There's a lot of people that come in and listen as well, and they get triggered, and then they go away and they do whatever. We have to be careful.
Better stop being nice to people because we're going to ruin our reputation, though.
Yeah, it's weird that, isn't it? Like, we've got a really bad reputation, yet every video that's ever been shown is us always being nice to people. Or the other one's shouting. I mean, I've definitely been on other shows. Like, I've been on Ranties, and I've been on Brandon's, and I've been over to Gems, and I've been over to Betty's server. Been shouted at by QE. I don't think we've ever really had any shouting matches here, have we?
Well, only when Rumpus passes by. But besides that, regular people,
Yeah.
It's always civil like tonight.
Yeah, it was even like that with 420 Palindrome Man. He came over and we all said, "Hey, thanks, and we'll see you next time." But then it changed, didn't it? So
Yeah,
I mean,
that
like,
was
who
weird. Yeah,
knows?
yeah.
They might get to Matt as well. Math.
No,
He's got
no.
a
I
civil
I was
debate
right
channel
about
or something.
Math. And I knew him for a long time. I wasn't sure if it was him, but I recognized his voice. I couldn't talk before because I was doing something. But yeah, he's always been like that. This guy's an exception. He's always been a gentleman like that, as far back as I can remember. That's a rarity, I must say.
He's calling us saints in the chat. Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think like that we've definitely got to learn that the conversation that we bring or whatever, because I always seem to I had to go and deliver presents today with the missus that round her family. My family know what I'm like anyway, but I had to, like Flat Tom was saying, to keep it in a box, right? You've got to know when to take the conversation out, when you can push it, how far to push it, watch people's eyes, and you know, this isn't sort of stuff for everyone, and it definitely gets people triggered. Just asking them for proof. I've never actually heard anybody say anything that really meant anything. Jose was pretty honest about his when he said pictures. Like tons of pictures. And then video analysis and somebody checking over the video to make sure it was true and real and everything. That's about the closest I think I've ever heard anybody come up with anything as to what a proof is.
Yeah, it seems to be very difficult for people to answer that question. It's mind-boggling.
Well, it's not
I must admit, it took
mind-boggling,
me a
is
bit.
it? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not something that comes to you straight away. And I don't think I've ever, talked back to anybody else other than those of us that have been through this. And we've all sort of been talking about this for, well, me and Spot On have been talking about it for 2 years. But, just recently, really looking at it, we've about a week or so, innit? All of us sort of questioning.
Yeah, I think I've come to terms with what I think it is, but everybody has to think about it on their own.
I always look at sort of stuff from experience and then try and backtrack it as to how I gain that, but I'm not so sure. This is similar to the way that logic works, I think, with the proof, that it's one of those ones that sort of wraps itself up. It goes from one side to the other, and I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I guess you'll work it out when you've got your own proof, and whether you can work out whether you actually hold one, and then what are the constituent parts of that. And if you don't hold one, then what would you want to have? I think half of the time it's troubling to sort of wonder what a proof is, and then you wonder whether you actually have one. Because that's a bit surprising, isn't it? To realise that you don't actually have one to start off with. Is he coming through loud? Let me check. I'll have a look. I might have you turned up.
Am I okay now?
Cool.
DP?
No, that's good. You've just got a good mic set up. And a big voice.
They said I was coming in really hot on YouTube.
It might just be overpowering the... be going into the red on your thing. I'll turn you down a bit. You shouldn't have to do anything, SE. Like I'll try and sort it within the thing. If it's DP lets us know what it comes through. Like I'll just turn you down a little bit at this end.
He says I'm a lot louder than you are.
I'll turn him down. I'll turn you down a little bit more then. Sometimes it comes through a little bit weird on the YouTube than, through the... It's good to have you out there, DP. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you now, I've definitely got a proof. And I can definitely give it to somebody else. We've got the test, the method. We've got everything.
Absolutely. And I wanted to tell Flat Earth Math before. I think he's listening, so maybe I'll tell him. The proof thing, right? Try to think yourself as you're the one giving out the 3 Bitcoins, right? Now, what would you ask for as proof in order for you to give that 150,000 out? Try that one for next time you come. Because when it's you giving out the cash, right? And that changes everything, doesn't it?
Sweet. That's better then. And maybe it's just for everybody else. I can't really turn my volume up anymore or anything. And it goes through this mic, so... Is it just the... It must just be the live stream then. Because the videos
DP says we're good now.
Yeah.
It's weird that, yeah.
So I can see what would come in this year for us. It's going to be good, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be the year of the proof. That's what I think.
Yeah, but I don't want to turn it into a battle. Right? It's not...
No battle, no. Peaceful.
Yeah. All working forwards towards a common goal of learning about reality.
Because if we can start there, right? If we can agree on the most basic thing, what proof is, then we can move forward from there. Both sides.
There you go. The age of the water level. Forget
Well, that's
about...
always been, that's from the pyramid times and probably from before. There's no disputing the water level.
Forget about the sextant. Go and grab yourself a tube. Get a
Fill it up
tube
with water.
on a roll. Go for a walk down the canal. Yeah.
I think they used the stars, Polaris, to level off the pyramids, or you think they used water?
The lights in the sky do the times. Days, months, seasons, years.
Yeah, they faced them, they might have aligned them, right? To face certain stars, but the actual leveling of them stones, I mean, I wasn't there, but I'd bet anything that if we can go back in time and time travel, I bet they used water levels.
Yeah, this is going to be a good year, I think. I don't know. I doubt it. But we can hope anyway, can't we? Hey, it's Christmas.
Absolutely. And you got a mathematician on your hands now. Somebody in your field.
I very much doubt it. Very much doubt it indeed. But hey, we can all pretend. He seemed a little bit too nervous for a teacher, but...
That's the way he talks. I heard him talk before. That's the way he talks.
I like that he said that he's teaching a course in financial literacy and then launched into a story about Bitcoins being gaming tokens.
Yeah, that's right up your alley, huh, Mike? Yeah.
I was just like, okay. There's a tell.
Like from Mario with one of the coins.
Literally, he said you could buy in-game skins with Bitcoin. I was just like, I can't believe you're walking around and then you're actually sharing this with people.
Yeah.
I believe he said that's where it originated from.
Yeah. Like in-game token.
Yeah.
Just you could 2 seconds of Googling, you could find out that that's not true.
You're mining them from actually in a game. Beautiful.
You're in World of Warcraft, killing bears in the field for Bitcoin.
I don't want to, he might be listening in. I don't want to... I'd rather keep to that, yeah. But there was a few things that seemed a little bit off. Let's say.
Don't judge a man by a Bitcoin now. Come on, guys. Be fair.
Yeah.
I'd like him to come back. It would be great if he came back.
Well, I think he's got his other one. That was his first time on Discord, I think.
Well, we can email him. We now have his email address. We can ask him to come back by email. Maybe we can set up an appointment.
Yeah, well, like he said, he's got a channel already. You know, a YouTube channel where he has a one-on-one. But it would be better if he would have a one-on-one over here, and then I can prepare stuff to do, and I'm not going on Zoom because I fucking hate Zoom.
Boomer. Zoomer. Zoom is for boomers.
Zoom, yeah. Well, that's where Professor Phil does all of his satellite stuff on Zoom.
On
Zoom
Zoom.
meetings from Australia to India. Satellite launches. It's all very technical stuff. My missus has a knitting group on Zoom as well, you know. Which is more technical. I'd suggest my missus's knitting group gets a bit more technical than Phil's satellite stuff. Oh, you should see the socks page, yeah. Get you this. She finished a pair of socks for me. She does knitting. It's pretty cool. But she knitted some socks and she's put the thingy pattern in. She's put the water levels pattern into the top of the sock. They are really nice, comfy socks as well. Because she was talking to some woman who was on the barges about the knitting, and they said that in the war they used to send a knitted code within the weave of the jumpers that could be decoded. I'm sure that's all bullshit. But it does sound fantastic. Sounds like mine in Mario Kart for Bitcoin.
Take a hell of a long time to write a message.
Yeah. Kept saying to me like,
What did they have? Speed knitters?
yeah. Well, all of the canal barges, you know, the people that used to actually work on them, they used to have their own like weave and all of that, especially on the round here where we live on the canals. It's a big thing with the knitting.
Well, isn't it all the Scottish? Is it the Scottish kilts and that? Every family has a different design and stuff.
Yeah, that's a pattern. Yeah.
Yeah. But it would be an ingenious way to smuggle something, though, now, come to think of it, eh? A message?
Yeah.
Like in a scarf? Or somebody's socks, right?
I'm trying to get her on to here. See whether we can get her. Like, she does come on and chat every now and again. Live notes. Nice. So I don't know. I'll probably be on tomorrow. No big deal for me. You know, I'll probably be round on the Discord anyway. What time is it? It's 1:30. I'm going to shut the live stream off now, but I'll stick on Discord for a bit. Let's put the thing in the... copy the link, chuck this in the chat. I'm going to shut this down. Happy Christmas, everybody, and I will see you guys tomorrow.